তালি দাও একটু জোরে। Okay, thank you. Next, I request Dr. Choyan Ranjit to present the memento to Dr. Taraknath Sahu, sir. And also as abstract book. So, thank you all of you. Next, I request our collaborative partner from collaborative institution, Professor Arindam Roy, to come on the dais, sir. উনি কালকে ফেলিসিটেশন হয়ে গেছে। Actually, he is very renowned and actually family member of our college. That's why. ঠিক আছে, please felicitate him once again. Okay, sir. Please, big hands. জোরে তালি, জোরে। Thank you, all of you. So, I will just take a few minutes to discuss about the seminar, actually international conference. After that, I will hand over the session to our resource person. Okay, as we know that we all are gathered today to recognize the importance of science, technology and management in the global economy. In today's interconnected world, it is more important than ever to understand the latest trend, innovation and best practices in these fields. This conference brings together a diverse group of professional academicians, researchers, policymakers from all around the world. Today we will engage in a lively discussion, share ideas and learn from each other. We have an exciting program lined up for you with keynote speeches, technical sessions and other paper presentation. Our esteemed speaker will cover a wide range of topics related to our conference. But this conference is not just about learning and knowledge sharing. It is just about building connection and forging new partnership. We hope that you will take advantage of networking opportunities and make new friends and colleagues from around the world. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our partners and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality. Without their support, we will not able to bring this event. Finally, I would like to thank and express my deep sense of gratitude to our resource person, Dr. Taraknath Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Head Department of Business Administration, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, for being with us, managing his busy schedule. Actually, he is very busy person. We know that he is engaged with all various types of administrative activities and other activities related to the institution and other institutions. So I will tell other thing about sir later on. Now I request our Honorable Principal to say few words about the conference and will deliver his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Today is the second day of our internal conference on science, technology and management. First of all, I thanks and pay regards to Dr. Taraknath Sahu, Associate Professor, Vidyasagar University, and my student, Dr. Orendam Rai, PK College, Contai. Hello. Also thanks to our departmental colleagues, Dr. Sunil Jadhav, not departmental colleagues, my college colleagues, Dr. Chayan Ranjit, Dr. Deepak Hajra, and other faculties of physics, mathematics, computer science, and commerce. Actually, science, technology, and management are the integral components in our modern society. The shape of our life, our future, our economics, business, management, healthcare, energy, in every phases. We can imagine the science, technology, and management. In this conference, we will explore the latest advance in the field, how they are shaping the world around us. We look into the topics such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, technology, renewable energy, global trade, better socio-economic status, strategic management, and others. Actually, management and commerce are incredibly important in the present day as they play a vital role in shaping the modern business landscape. Here, some regions also: economic development, innovation, globalization, sustainability, and digital transform are the main point. Overall, importance of management and commerce in the present cannot be overstated, as they are essential for economic growth, innovation, globalization, sustainability, and digital transformation. Finally, I think Professor Sahu is the main resource person, and he expressed in details management, economics, and how in our future will be maintain our sustainability, and also for our student will be benefited, and all faculties also. I think today's seminar will be a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable address. Actually, you have covered each and everything that is actually required in the present day. So once again, I'm thankful to you, sir, from core of my heart. And let me just a minute.
ওই ব্যানার ছড়ো, ব্যানার ছড়ো।
Okay. Uh, as I have already informed all of you that today we have with us uh, Dr. Tarak Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Head Department of Business Administration, Vidyasagar University. Actually, sir does not need any introduction in the field of commerce management. Actually, he is very renowned teacher, having several years of experience, and he has worked in various positions in our university, that is Vidyasagar University, and also completed several projects. But as it is a custom, I have to introduce, and I will take the honor to introduce him. So, Dr. Taraknath Sahu is currently working as Associate Professor in Department of Commerce and Head Department of Business Administration, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur. He has over 15 years of postgraduate teaching and research experience in the field of finance, financial economics. Dr. Sahu, a gold medalist at both graduate and postgraduate level, has authored 6 books published by Springer, New York, Emerland, UK, and Taylor and Francis, UK, and edited 10 books. He has already completed 2 research projects sponsored by UGC and ICSSR Impress scheme. Presently, he is working as director in a research program sponsored by ICSSR. Under his supervision, 8 researchers have been awarded their PhD degree. Dr. Sahu has published around 120 research articles. Okay, I think I have to say anything after that. In reputed national and international journal published by different reputed Publisher, including Springer, Wiley, Blackwell, Emerland, Taylor and Francis, Sage, Palgrave, Macmillan, Inder Science, etc. Out of this, around 30 research articles are published in ABDC listed journal. His research work has also been shared in more than 120 national international conferences. His involvement in a number of research projects has naturally paved the way in his role as a reviewer of some of the reputed finance and management research journal. He continues to provide research and consultancy services to different organizations. So we are fortunate enough to get a person of such a repute. So once again, I would like to thank Sir for joining us, managing his busy schedules. Now, Sir, the whole session is yours. Please enlighten us. And I request other member to please take chair in front of the desk. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sunil, for introducing me. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the delegates, dignitaries present here. And I also express my sincere thanks to all the members of the organizing committee for inviting me to share my views in front of the August gathering. Actually, it's a great privilege to me for present here and to share my views with some, say, colleagues from Egra College and colleagues from PK College Contai and my dear research scholars, students and other delegates present here. Actually, as this is an interdisciplinary conference organized by different science and social science departments of Egra College and PK College Contai. And as today is the 26th of April, today is the World Intellectual Property Day. That's why I select a topic to discuss about some issues of intellectual property right and its valuation. Actually, IPR provide certain exclusive rights to the inventors or creators of the property in order to enable them to reap commercial benefits from their creative effort. Intellectual property rights are now widely recognized as valuable assets, and frequently it plays a huge role for, say, decision making of a company or, say, company's valuation. These rights boost the innovative environment by giving recognition and economic benefit to creator and inventor. While the lack of IPR awareness and its effective implementation may hamper the economic, technical and societal development of a nation, and the development of any society largely depends on its IPR and its policy framework. A lack of IPR awareness resulted in the death of invention, high risk of infringement, economic loss and decline of intellectual era in the country. So there is a high need for dissemination of IPR information so as to boost original invention and development of any society. So within next couple of minutes, I will try to share about different types of, say, intellectual property right in a befitting manner. And after that, I'll try to show the Indian position of IPR in global context And next, I will try to say something about the different methods of valuation of IPR. And finally, I can say some word about, say, accounting of IPR. So this is my plan. There are different types of intellectual property right, namely, say, patent, trademarks, industrial design, layout design, geographical indications, copyright and other related rights. Actually, patent is an intellectual property right granted to inventor by concerned government office for his novel technical invention or solution of any problem in terms of development of a product or a process. The patentability of any invention need to fulfill some criteria like usefulness. The invention must have some usefulness for the industry. And obviously the invention or innovation should be novel, should be original. That is, it is nowhere in the world at the time of, say, filing of patent. And third thing is non-obvious in nature. And as per the section 3 of the Patent Act 1970, these are not patentable like invention against the natural law. Say if a machine claims that they can provide output without taking any kind of input. So this is a kind of invention against the natural law actually. It cannot permit the natural law actually. That's why it is not patentable. Then say invention which are not fair to health of human, animal, plant life, environment as well as country. Say any invention which may help for, say, increasing fraud or, say, hacking or some, say, gambling device or gambling machine. These are not under the purview of, say, patent. And discovery of any living things. Say there are a lot of things are there, they are already prevalent in nature. But someone can just only discover it. Then it is not under the purview of patent. And say invention relating to atomic energy and related to security of the country. So these are not patentable. And the Office of the Controller General of Patent, Designs and Trademark govern the patent registration process. This office comes under the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The owner can use this right by industrial production. They can actually, the creator of the patent, they can use this patent right, this intellectual property right into two ways basically. He or she may say produce product directly and or he can say sell or lease that particular right to any third party. So depending on his will. And the right of the patent is granted for 20 years. Once the patent expires, then the invention enters in the public domain and anybody can use that knowledge. Industrial design registration, actually it is another kind of intellectual property right which helps to protect the unique appearance of the product. It is basically focused on protecting the visual features of an article, namely its design, shape, pattern or any combination of two or more of these features. So it is different from patent, which basically aims to protect an improvement in functionality. Actually industrial design do not protect, say, any kind of intangible things which are not visible in the eye. An industrial design registration may be valuable business assets. The success of product is usually influenced by its appearance. and sometimes say in case of say aesthetically based consumer products, sometimes the say their looks or appearance plays huge role. Say plays equal role or more than equal role in compared to its functionality. And the industrial design basically encourages creativity and skill development among the individual and manufacturing sector by promoting more aesthetically attractive products. And the design or shape of the product not only helps to create aesthetically appearance of a particular product, but also in case of say different machinery, furniture, or say automobile industry also, the design or shape is also indirectly associated with ergonomics and plays a major role in customer comfort. The term of industrial design right varies from country to country from 10 to 25 years, and in India, as per the Design Act 2000, during the protection of industrial design is for 10 years. Thus this duration can be extended further for 5 years. Again, a trademark is a sign or symbol or logo, word, letters, numbers, drawing or phrase, image, it may be say design or its combination that capable to distinguish product or services of one enterprise from those of the other enterprises. And trademark or trade names helps companies to make their recognition, reputation and trust among the customers. Sometimes the customers rely on trademark where it is difficult to inspect a product or services quickly to determine its quality. And a particular segment of customer is very much concerned about the brand and pay heavily for brand prestige, for similar kind of product also, to keep them separate actually. And the initial term of trademark registration is for 10 years, and thereafter it has to be renewed for time to time. Nowadays, we cannot thought of without say electronic gadgets like mobile, laptop or other home appliances. And all the appliances are very compact nowadays due to their integrated circuit. And most of the instruments having microprocessor based control or operating system made up of integrated circuit or layout design, which is called layout design. And the designs of circuits are created of human mind as a consequences of huge investment and efforts of highly qualified experts. In India, Semiconductor Integrated Circuit Layout Design Act 2000 was passed to protect the requirement of electronic industry. The act was implemented by Department of Information Technology under Ministry of Information Technology. Then any invention or knowledge which is not innovative but useful for business and provide economic benefit can be kept as trade secret. Sometimes the novel or creative information is also kept as trade secret when registration of patent or copyright or industrial design etc. are pending or in process. Then you can keep it as trade secret also. The technological information or say process such as recipe, idea, software, blueprint, etc. can be kept as a trade secret. The process of evolving a trade secret takes years of experience and research and skills. So, say the composition of Coca-Cola is one of the famous example of say trade secret, for their recipe actually. And one can be protect without registration. One can be protect, say, the trade secret without registration. For trade secret, the company, they cannot take any kind of registration. Then geographical indication. Geographical indication actually are signs used on goods that have a specific geographical origin and hold qualities or say a reputation that are due to that place of origin. There are some agricultural products typically have qualities that derive from their place of production, and are say influenced by specific local factors such as climate and soil. Say there are some products like Darjeeling tea. We can say Alfonso mango. These are some popular example. They are basically famous for their, say, quality and their name. These are basically registered as per the GI Act. And similarly, in the field of, say, handicraft, textile, etc., specific qualities of the product are related with human factor and their skills. Generally, the reputation of products is built up and maintained by masters or creators of that skill belonging to a particular region or locality in best suited climate. And the skill is passed traditionally from one generation to the next by a particular tribe or region. Say, we can say that, say, Dhaka muslin, or we can say Mysore silk, or Kashmiri handicraft. These are the few examples of, say, handicraft and textile product under, say, GI Act. And in India, registration of such product can be done under Geographical Indication of Goods Act 1999 and Geographical Indication of Goods Rule 2001. Under these rules, protection under GI is granted for 10 years and renewal is possible time to time for further period of 10 years. Then copyright. Copyright is a legal term describing rights given to creators for their literary and artistic works. Copyright includes, say, literary and scientific works, which include some books, journals, magazines, etc. Then musical works, it may be of musical works like a song and other things. Then artistic works like drawing, maps, etc. Then photographic work, motion picture, it may be it may be say some video and computer program like different kind of program, softwares, etc. And one can get copyright automatically after completion of work by virtue of creation. Hence, it is not mandatory to register copyright. However, if you registered in Copyright Act, then obviously you can get some benefit that everyone can know about the particular work and who is the actual creator if you registered this under the Copyright Act. And creators often, in case of, say, copyright, creators often sell the right to their work to individual or different companies to market the works in return for payment. And these economic rights have a time limit, is for life of, say, author's life plus 60 years after creator's death. Now, nowadays we have seen that intellectual property right actually helps significantly in, say, countries as well as state economy. And there are two renowned, say, indices are there, which is released each and every year, and which is popularly basically used for ranking the countries according to their say intellectual property right score. One is published by World Intellectual Property Organization, and another is US Chamber of Commerce Global Innovation Policy Center. So while we consider the Global Innovation Index 2022 released by World Intellectual Property Organization, we can see that Switzerland is the place first in terms of say IPR score. Then United States, Switzerland, Sweden, then UK and Netherlands. They obtained first, second, third, fourth, and fifth position. And India's position is 40th in terms of say IPR score, while they consider basically 130 countries, 132 countries. And while we consider the rank published by US Chamber of Commerce Global Innovation Policy Center, we can find that India's position is 42 among out of say 55 emerging countries actually. But while we consider the lower middle income group countries, India's position is the first among the lower middle income group countries. So this is the India's position in the global context. And the valuation of IP assets has basically grown its importance day by day, as these become a major part of many companies' value and a driver of important market transaction. IP valuation is a process of determining the value of intellectual property such as patent, trademark, copyright, and trade secret. Say if any creator or inventor, they are willing to say sell or lease their say IP assets, then they need to first value that particular assets. So the valuation is an important thing. There are a lot of different purposes are there for valuation. First one is the technological transfer by licensing or sale. So if say a creator or inventor, they are willing to sell that particular intellectual property right to anyone, or say he or she can say lease that particular property right, then they need to first determine the value of that particular assets. Second, we can say that for merger and acquisition, company need to value that particular say IP assets before merger and acquisition, because nowadays a huge part of company's assets are intellectual property right. So before merger and acquisition, nowadays company need to determine the value of their intellectual property or in IP assets actually. And say in case of financing or bank loan collateral, there also bank need to first determine the value of the intellectual property right for collateral. And nowadays, sometimes the insurance, say insurance service provider, they provide service for say insurance of IP assets. So to calculate or to determine the insurance premium, they sometimes need to value that IP assets. And say R&D decision making, some company basically they expend the different expenses for R&D purposes, but to determine to take decision whether they continue to incur expenses in R&D expenses or not to develop the intellectual property, they need to determine the value of the IP assets, which will say derive with the help of say R&D expenses. So to determine the to analyze the cost benefit actually cost of developing the IP and the benefits which may derive from IP assets. IP assets, they need to value that intellectual property before investing in R&D decision, R&D expenses. And sometimes the calculation, sometimes for calculation of damages or say enforcement of IP right, we need to determine the value of the intellectual property right. And for taxation purpose also, the tax authority, they need to determine the value of the IP assets. And for accounting and financial purpose also, we need to the value of IP assets. So these are the necessity for IP assets valuation, and the valuation of IP assets actually influenced by different factors. And IP assets do not have any say absolute value. They may have different valuation result depending on how they can use it for commercial use and by whom. There are a lot of different factors are there which may influence the valuation of IP assets. First one, we can say that expected economic benefit. So what will be the expected economic benefit we can derive from IP assets? It significantly influence the valuation of IP. Then technological say uncertainties, like say in case of intellectual property right, whether the technology is say fit to commercial that particular IP assets or not. Like say nowadays we see that there are a lot of electronic vehicles are there, EV motors, EV vehicles. But still now, due to the say insufficient charging station actually in say four-wheeler, the sale in West Bengal at least is not significant at all. That's why the technological uncertainties, it also influence the valuation of IP assets. Then obviously market force, like how the competitors react to say develop another similar kind of IP assets or not. And time is very important things, that in which time actually you are willing to calculate the value of IP assets. Say you get the intellectual property right, say it is registered before 5 years back, and now you are willing to calculate the value of intellectual property right, then obviously the valuation will decline, because the period of registration as it is shorter, that's why the value of IP assets will be obviously decline. So time is important things. Then legal status. Legal status also important things, whether the IP assets is registered or not, the IP asset strength of the IP assets, it is very much important. And external, there are a lot of external variables are there, like legal, market environment, technological factors are there. So we need to consider these factors also while we value the IP assets, and the different other factors like say taxation rate. Say we can say that the inflation rate, it also affect the value of IP assets actually. While we calculate, while we determine the value of IP assets, we need to consider these things. And there are many ways for IP assets to generate economic benefit. I have already say something about this also, that there are broadly there are two ways for IP assets to generate economic benefit. One is direct and another is indirect. Say if the creator or inventor, they can sell or say lease that particular IP assets to any third party, then we can say this is direct benefit. They can get, he or she can get from the IP assets. And another thing is indirect way. How they can get economic benefit? Say if they use that particular intellectual property right to produce product or services commercially, to sell it in the market, then we can say that it is indirect way of generating economic benefit. And basically in case of indirect way of say generating economic benefit, basically the IP assets here converted into say different product or services for the consumers, And if you get registered, say, intellectual property right, then obviously you are the only seller who can produce and sell that particular product. So in that particular case, you can fix your price without considering the price of your rival firms or competitors. So if we consider the methods of IP valuation, then we can say there are two important methods for valuation of IP assets. First one is the again qualitative methods, and another is the quantitative methods. In qualitative methods of IP valuation, basically it gives much importance to rank, or say to give some grade about the IP strength of that IP assets, or the legal right of that IP assets. Whereas in case of quantitative approach of say IP valuation technique, basically in this method they are try to estimate basically the monetary benefit, which the monetary cost of the IP assets. And while we say valuation of IP assets in quantitative methods, there are three types of methods are there, like three types of approaches are there, like cost approach, income approach, and market approach. Actually, in cost approach, the economic principle of substitution we follow, and which states that an inventor will not be willing to pay a bigger price for an IP assets than the implied cost of acquiring, producing, or developing a similar IP assets capable of producing the same economic value. So within the cost approach, one may follow, say, the historical cost methods, the reproduction cost method, or the replacement cost method. Actually, in historical cost method, we consider the historical prices, the historical cost actually, which the innovator or creator incurred to develop that particular IP assets. But in case of, say, the reproduction or say replication cost method, we consider the current price of for developing a similar kind of IP assets. And in case of the replacement cost method, we again consider the current price to replace that particular IP assets to get, say, similar kind of or similar functionalities other, say, IP assets. So the key inputs are the cost, the key inputs are the cost that will be incurred to create, protect, enhance, say, production and commercialize an IP. For example, say, R&D cost, IP protection and monetization cost, then management cost, regulatory cost, etc. And apart from this, the degree and rate of obsolescence of the IP assets, the useful life of the IP assets, the cost of creating or buying an IP assets of similar functionality or utility, etc. will be considered while we consider the cost method of valuation. Some disadvantages to take into account while we consider the cost approach of valuation technique. First one is the cost can be a poor indication of value. Then we can say that this approach often implies that all costs and expenses relating to the IP assets are creating value. While we determine or calculating the value of assets following the cost approach, here we consider all the expenses which we have incurred for, say, developing that IP assets. But all the assets doesn't create value actually. So this is a disadvantage. And this approach does not consider whether the IP assets is capable to generate income or not. If, say, high costs are incurred to create a IP assets with low commercial potential, say IP assets to develop an IP assets, we incur say huge cost, but it doesn't have any say commercial potential. Then a buyer or say who are willing to take license will be unwilling to rely on the cost approach of valuation of that IP assets. And in say contrary, we can say that if the cost of creation is low and the true commercial potential of the IP assets is high, then the seller or licensor would not say want to rely on the cost approach for valuation of IP assets. Then based on the premise that the value of a business or say business assets originates from the income that the business or assets can generate for the investor. The value of the business assets equal to the estimated earning. We have already know that in case of equity share, valuation of equity share also, we follow this particular technique. The value of the business assets or any kind of say assets equals to the estimated earnings the assets can say produce over its productive life. And the reliability of income methods basically depends on the reliability of the projection of future earnings in the form of cash flow or avoided cost. However, the economic life determination, the determination of economic life is quite difficult for any kind of IP assets. And next approach is market approach, where we use a comparable transaction to measure the value of IP right. The compared transaction should be for similar kind of IP rights, that is the price paid in a purchase of a similar IP right. So once comparable have been found, the valuer need to consider the relative market strength and legal strength of the IP rights and make some adjustment for any significant differences between the comparison transaction and the IP right being evaluated. The advantage of say market approach is that if a good comparable say IP assets can be found, then it can be we can easily say determine the value of the IP assets. And the main disadvantages, however, is that often difficult to find true comparable. Actually, IP rights being by IP right being by nature heterogeneous or even unique. So adjustment to inexact say comparables add subjectivity to the valuation. This is something about say accounting of IPR, though there are some say accounting standards are there, like international accounting standard say 38 and say some US gaps, but which basically deals with say accounting for intangibles, but still now there are no such accounting standard which basically specifically deals with say IP assets, valuation of IP assets or accounting of IP assets. That's why in this context we can conclude that say in the present era, where different economies are mostly driven by knowledge, any business or enterprises, be it say big or small, will have to rely on intangible assets for its survival and growth. And say basically the unawareness among youth, academicians, researchers, industrialists and say traders in India about IPR and its benefit is the main reason for lagging behind in IPR participation. There is no Indian multinational companies still now in top 100 patent application worldwide. So despite its importance in modern business, accounting for intangible, particularly IP assets, remain a challenging for both creators and users. Thus, there is a huge need to develop appropriate guidelines to realize IP strategy, uniformity of IPR valuation and accounting process. Further, it is essential for policymakers to include IPR in basic educational system and promote IPR registration by encouraging the innovator and creators. India is having all the resources in terms of available of raw material, cheaper labor, innovative and creative dedicated manpower. So it is the high time to understand the real value of our intangible assets and protect these assets from being infringed legally to build up intellectual capital of the company or the organization. With this, we can say that definitely India has the potential and skill to emerge as global leader if appropriate IPR strategy is practiced to improve its share in global trade. So with this few words, thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable lecture. And okay, so one question is there. So, sir, please. Okay, I appreciate that we got one question. So, please, sir.
Yeah. Yes, I have already shown the Indian rank in the global context. Actually, there are two popular indices are there. One published by US Chamber of Commerce and another published by yeah. One is published by one is the Global Innovation Index 2022, which is published by World Intellectual Property Organization. And according to the Global Innovation Index 2022, the India rank is the 40th rank actually. The first rank is Switzerland, then United States, Sweden, then UK, Netherlands, and 40th position held by India, while they consider 132 countries. And United States Chamber of Commerce, Global Innovation Policy Center, they also publish another index, and according their index, India's position is 42 out of 55 countries, for 55 emerging countries. However, while we consider the low middle income group countries, then we can say the India's position is the first position. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah. We need to encourage the creator or innovator to register according to the Intellectual Property Right Registration Act actually. There are a lot of science departments also in our university. We take some initiatives for patent, to initiate some patent actually. because in our educational institution also faculties are less interested for the patent in case of say university system, because for patent there are some expenses there, we need to incur some expenses, but we don't know what will be the say value of this IPR, how we can use that particular intellectual property for commercially basically to produce product or services. And that's why we need to encourage to say to the creator or innovator to register as per the say IPR Act, and we can say suggest them or help them for valuation of IPR, and need to say motivate them to say produce product or services with the help of that IP right.
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। না, আমার সাজেশন হচ্ছে আইপিএলটা ইউজিতে যেমন নিউট্রিশন বিভাগ সিলেবাসে আছে বা কিছু সিলেবাসে এসেছে, এটাকে আরো বেশি বেশি করে ইন্টারেস্ট হিসাবে সাবজেক্ট দেওয়া আমার এর জন্য গভর্নমেন্টের এখন প্রজেক্ট দেওয়া উচিত যে আইপিএলটা বেশি বেশি করে যাতে সাবজেক্ট হয়, মানে ধরুন আইপিএল মধ্যে আছে
I have already shown that government need to take initiative to include that IPR say related things in say formal education system.
It is a part of research methodology also.
In the part of conclusion I have mentioned actually this.
Thank you.
Once again, big hands for sir. Now I request one of our research scholar, Mr. Kaushik Acharya, to offer a vote of thanks to our honorable speaker.
Good afternoon, respected teacher, my dear friend, and all students who are present here. I am glad to stand here for express my vote of thanks. So I would like to convey heartfelt thanks for respected sir Dr. Taruk Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Vidyasagar University. So we are thankful to you, sir, for joining with us and joining with us and giving your valuable lecture and wonderful presentation. So once again, thank you, sir, from core of my heart, sir.
Thank you, Kaushik. Next, we have with us, actually, he has already joined. So next speaker with us, Dr. Anandes. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, very much. You are audible. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So shall we start, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Tarok sir is there. He is saying good afternoon to you, sir.
Namaste to you all. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Anand sir. How are you?
Namaste. How are you, Professor? You are not audible. Yeah, you are not audible. Unmute.
Yeah, I am fine.
Yeah. It's very pleasure to hear you. I have been hearing you.
After a long period actually.
Yeah. I've been hearing your last part of your speech. It was very nice, interesting. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Okay,
Right.
sir. Please continue.
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome, sir. Anand sir. We are very thankful to you, sir, for giving your valuable time. Actually, you have already told us that you remain busy. Your working day is there. I'm starting, sir. So today we have with us Dr. Anandes, Director, Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation Department, College of Banking and Finance Studies, Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. Actually, sir is very renowned professor in the field of banking and finance. So, sir does not need any introduction in this field. Personally, I can say that just fortnightly or maybe weekly, I used to see some screenshot at Facebook that sir has already delivered or going to deliver some lecture on banking or finance or any other topic related to the subject. So, but as it is a custom, I have to introduce sir, and I will take the honor to introduce him. Dr. Anandes is a resourceful doctor of finance with more than 30 years of expertise in management, education and administration. He has served for about 4 years in mutual fund industry. He was visiting professor at leading B school in Dubai, Germany, and also India. He has published more than 50 and presented more than 40 papers in several reputed national and international journal, magazines, newspaper, and promoted concept and ideas in various academic forums. Recently, the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, ICAI, has selected his paper on what factor drive the adoption of digital banking for ICAI International Research Award 2020 and second best research paper and awarded silver shield under the economics category. His research paper on mutual fund was on top of the top 10 downloaded paper in SSRN e-library. He has written several books. He has also edited 5 books on banking, financial sector, economics, economic diversification, fourth industrial revolution, and financial inclusion. He is an associate editor in Sage Publication, international journal titled Business Perspective and Research, which is indexed by Scopus and ranked by ABDC, ABS, and SJR. He is also guest editor, member of editorial board and reviewer for Referred International Research Journal. He has successfully organized many management development programs for leading companies in Oman and India. So we are grateful to have such a person of repute. Thank you, sir, once again from core of my heart to being with us. So, sir, now the session is yours, sir. Please enlighten us. Sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste and good morning to you all. And at the outset, I thank Egra Sharada Shashi Bhusan College for inviting me for this conference as a speaker and giving me an opportunity to share whatever the little knowledge I have today with you all. And before starting, I just wanted to share my screen because I have another meeting after that. So that's why without much delays, I will start my speech. I will share my screen. I hope my screen is visible. Can anybody confirm? Is that visible?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, namaste to you all. So today I just wanted to give a talk on changing dynamics of banking in the digital era. So this is my today's topic. Next 30 minutes, I just wanted to share whatever the new developments happening in banking area because of fourth industrial revolution, I mean digital era. So my today's presentation will carry this coverage. I will discuss something about without history I don't go forward. So we have to look back little bit and then we will go forward. Historical background. We will discuss concept of digital banking benefits, products and services, types of payment mechanism, strategic priorities, metaverse banking. This is emerging area, and then some case examples, and then conclusion and say goodbye. Moving forward, so when we are in college days, we used to know, we have been teaching, we have been taught that banking is a concept. The word is derived from Italian word, the banco. That time we used to feel that there was no banking system in India. That was the kind of feeling we used to have. But I just wanted to show my next slide. I will begin with this, the banking in the ancient Bharat across the globe. So I just wanted to give an overview how the banking concept has been emerged not only in Western world, even within India. So in Veda, we have during Vedas, there is an ancient text which is mentioning about usuri. So usuri is exactly the word which is more common with taking loan. Then by the second century, usuri become more acceptable practice. It is again beginning of banking in India. So if you look at Jataka's Dharmashastra and Kautilya's Arthashastra, there is a mentioning about existence of loan deed. Today we call it as that is called Ranapatra, Ranapana or Ranaleka, which is exactly the word we are using, loan deed, which was there in India even during ancient times. And then during the period of Maurya, the word Adesha becomes very common word, Adesha, which means modern bill of exchange. So we say, what is modern bill of exchange? It's a promissory note. Like a promissory note where the promise is given and blah blah blah. So that modern bill of exchange you can see even during Maurya system, that is called Adesha. And then during Mughals time again it has emerged, that is Dastavej. There are two types of Dastavej, one is payable on demand and another one is payable after stipulated period. So again Dastavej is part of like Ranapana. And then over a period of time the concept of Hundi has emerged, which is again a new type of instrument contributed by Bharat, India, about credit instrument. And later on, after the during the British regime, the first bank started in India somewhere in 1829. That's called Union Bank of Calcutta. Unfortunately, it became insolvent uh, after a few years. And another bank established in 1865. That's called Allahabad Bank, which is still existed. And internationally, if you look at international angle, the concept of banking started somewhere in before 2000 BC. And originally the concept of banking has started with the farmers taking loan, that is merchant making grain loan to the farmer. So merchant used to give a loan to the farmers to cultivate the food grains. And then in later stage the banking industry has evolved. If you look at the banking industry, it has evolved from barter system to the gift economy and to the modern complex economy. So barter to gift to the modern economy, and modern to globalized. And today we are in the last phase. The banking is now driven by the technology. So that is what my today's agenda. So this is the overall background about how the banking concept has emerged within India as well as outside India. So if you look at overall, so the concept of banking is existed right from Vedas period in India. And moving forward, so let's move on to the straight away to the today's agenda. That's concept of digital banking. What exactly the digital banking? So when we say that in olden days the banking means what? Banking will be happening within the four walls of the banking premises. So if you want any services of banking, you have to go personally, physically to the banking branches. So there either you can deposit or withdraw or take loan, whatever the services you can do it, you have to go personally. So that time is going to vanish. In the subsequent part of my slide, I will also explain you the trajectory of banking. You can see that the banking is going to see a sea change in the very next few years, because you know that we are in fourth industrial revolution. Okay, so we are moving for fifth industrial revolution. So like the first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution and third industrial revolution, so the phases were too long. The first industrial revolution happened after inventing steam engine, then electric power, then computerization. So all these stages have taken almost 100 years. After computerization, the next stage has come because of digital era, that is industrial revolution. We are in the fourth industrial era. So we are soon moving for next. So means in order to complete the three industrial revolution, we have taken almost 100, more than 100 years. But henceforth, that will not be the case. So the change will be very fast and things will be very dynamic. So from the moment of fourth industrial revolution to fifth industrial revolution, it took hardly 10 to 15 years time. So then fifth to sixth industrial revolution, it will not be taking so much time. So that's why we should be ready in the years to come to adopt the changes. We should be ready to appetite for the change. If we are not adopting or appetiting the change, then we will be out of our business. So that's why change is a common thing, and which is going to happen earlier in a long phase, but it is going to happen in a fast phase in the years to come. So that's why adopting to the change, learning, unlearning and relearning should be the common process in the years to come. So that's why, so whatever you learn today, it will not take you for a long time, it may change anytime. So that is why whatever you are learning, that may change anytime. So that's why you have to unlearn and you have to relearn, and then you have to balance your career. So that is the way you have to go forward in the years to come. So coming back to the digital banking concept, so I have told you we were in physical banking, so now we are moving to digital banking. So digital banking means what? Where whatever the services we used to get in physical banking, the everything we are going to get through internet. Today banking means what? How do you get banking service? Through your mobile phone you can get banking services, so no need to visit. So you can buy, you can open bank account, take loan, you can make transfers, anything you can do it through your mobile phone. So the digital banking concept become, more popular in India, that is during the COVID time. So had the digital banking concept is not there, I think the COVID 3 years would have been very difficult time. So that the concept adoption of digital banking was more during the COVID, during the time of COVID, and that has created a room for the adoption of digital banking, not only in India, across the world. So that digital banking is not something new, it is same banking, but earlier the services being rendered in branch, but today we are going to render the services in the digital in a online platform. Next is what exactly digital banking focuses. Digital banking focuses with banking adding technology, and then you are going to tap, make the products more simple, and you are going to offer more personalized services. So the services may be customized now, so thanks to digital banking. So this is the most important thing. So the banking is without technology, it is unimaginable. So you cannot do any banking activities without technology. So the technology will be part and parcel of banking activities. So as a result, the product innovation is happening. As a result, the customers are getting more personalized services. Earlier I remember 30 years ago when I was in a final year BCom in my state in Karnataka. So normally in the final year we used to apply for banking jobs, and in those days we used to have banking BSRB board is there. We have to buy a DD for the submission of application. So to buy that DD, demand draft, so we used to miss half day class. You know why? So we have to stand in a queue. So in the board, in the branch itself, they will write. So if you apply for DD, it will take 1 month time to one hours to issue. So we have to pay and we have to wait and then we have to collect. So we have to miss the class in order to buy one DD. So that was the time before. Today, nothing. So you can apply for BSRB or any jobs by clicking you can pay fees by clicking your mouse button. So that is the scenario. So now, what are the aspects captured in digital banking? So the digital banking is going, as I told you, it's exactly the physical bank. Everything is captured here. So you can make deposits, withdraw money, transfer, you can make payments, you can manage your bank accounts. Manage your bank account means you can see your balance. Earlier we used to go to the bank with passbook. Now that passbook concept has gone. So you can see your balance anytime, and you can withdraw money, you can transfer money, you can do whatever you want, you can manage your accounts, and then you can apply for any financial products. So now banking company is like a one-stop shop. Like originally what exactly banking means in those days, how do we define banking? Banking means what? Accepting money by way of deposit and granting money by way of loan, which means banking companies are like almost like a dealer of money. They buy money by way of deposit and they sell money by way of loan. So the difference is their margin. So that was the time now. So today the banking companies are not only dealing with accepting deposit and lending money. They are like one stop shop. Like for example, they are going to give the complete package of services which the customer needs in his life journey. Life journey means what? So the life journey means from the birth to the death, till the time of the death, whatever the service I need, that will be catered by the bank. If I want to money, I can take a loan. If I have money, I can deposit. If I want to buy insurance, I can buy it. If I want to open a 3-in-1 bank account, that is the trading account, I can do it. I can buy mutual fund policies. I can do anything. I can do anything different, whatever the services I want in my journey, customer's journey, so I can get it in the bank. So that is the concept today. So you can manage your loan, you can make your bill payment, and whatever the services you want, all these things you can do it through electronic services. So today in India, thanks to recent developments, so the digital banking is fast growing in India. So I'm sure that not only this, because of the fintech, financial technology, not only banking, so parallel to banking activity is also emerging. So which I'm going to share in my subsequent slides. So ultimately, so banking industry is now under total change, a scenario of total change. And not only that, the banking industries are also going to get a competition from new type of financial services industry, that is fintech companies. So I can also cover there is a concept of neobank. They are also going to compete with banking industry in the years to come. So the banking industry, the concept of banking industry is going to change dramatically and drastically. So coming to benefits of digital banking, I will take it through quickly. So why, in what context or in what angle the digital banking is far better than physical banking? The most important thing is in traditional mode after during those days when my times, after 2 o'clock you cannot make any cash transaction in bank. So 10:30 to 2 the bank is open for cash. After 2, then no cash transaction, no customer activities. So that was the time. So if you want any services, you have to go to the bank at 10 a.m. and it will get over by 2 p.m. So during that time only all the transactions used to happen. After that, you have to wait for the next day. So today, thanks to digital banking, you can make any transactions anytime throughout the day. So that's the main advantage. Second one is you have a internet instant banking services. Any services, as I told you, it's instant. Like as I told you earlier, I used to stand for half a day for getting one DD. Today, within a fraction of second, you can do it. So there is a savings of time which adds value to my time. And the cost, simple example I will tell you. So when I was a BCom student, I used to buy 100 rupees DD by paying 20 or 25 rupees as a charge. Means 25% of the cost of the transaction was the charge. You imagine, in order to buy one DD, I have to pay 25 rupees as DD charges in those days. 20 or 25 rupees. So means 25% of the cost of the transaction used to be the charge. Today, I think up to 5 lakhs, you can remit the money free of cost, if I am right, in India. So that is the type of cost. Like if you look at any other banking services, the cost of banking services has come down drastically. Of course, there are some other issues are also there, but when it comes to the sum of the transaction cost has been drastically reduced because of digital banking. And you can also have lot many other banking benefits. Earlier, banking means what? Accepting deposit and lending loan. Now today with bank you can get many services. It's like a one-stop supermarket for financial services. So now universal banking concept is coming up. So under universal banking concept, so it is going to be a one-stop shop to fulfill all the requirement of customer during the journey of his customer, during the journey of his life. And ultimately, the customer service is far better than before. So earlier, a lot of customer complaints used to be remain redressed, unredressed. So today, there will be, thanks to call centers, 24-hour service centers. So the services are far better than before. So now let's have a quick look about the special features of digital banking. The first feature of digital banking is personalization. So the everything, all services are personalized. So the digital banking is a platform where you can prioritize each cases and services rapidly. So what I mean to say here is the services of banking services are now more personalized. So earlier it was not personalized. So you can do, like, because of the digital banking, now customers are more empowered. Like earlier, in order to transfer my money, I have to depend bankers. Today, to transfer my money, so I am empowered. I can go to my mobile bank, or my online internet bank. I can do it. So the customers are more empowered. So that is why the service quality and service time is faster. Then next is speeding innovation. So now, because of application of API and Internet of Things, and because of robot technology, artificial intelligence, so the you are going to get a different innovative banking services. Like, earlier, can you please imagine somewhere in 1990, when the ATM was introduced by ICICI Bank, so many people were scared of it. So because that was never used to be the case before. So then that over a period of 5 years, then ATM becomes a part and parcel of banking system. Okay, so now that has given a new innovation. Like earlier, if you want money, you have to go to the bank during the banking hours before 2 p.m. Then you have to collect. So when ATM is introduced, then customers are empowered to withdraw their money anytime they want. So now that's an innovation. So now the innovation, because of the fintech technology, innovative technology, artificial intelligence technology, so you will get different types of banking services. One simple example I will tell you. So when 30 years ago, when I started trading in stock market in India, so that in those days, I'm telling you the story of 30 or 35 years ago. So I was in Udupi, Karnataka state. So in order to buy one share or else any shares, I have to give an order today to the broker, and I have to wait for 3 days. So if I order today, then that will be executed after 2 days, and then after 3 days, I will come to know that whether my transaction is taken place or not. See, this was the scenario, and the payment again, before making any this one transaction, I have to make the full payment. I will pay today, and my transaction will be executed after 3 days, and after that, the settlement will happen. So this was the scenario. Now today, you just see, you have in banking companies, you have 3-in-1 account. Means your account is, your trading account is linked with your bank account as well as demat account. So by sitting in my room, I can make trading now. So that was not the scenario. This is one example. Like that, there are many such innovations happened in thanks to digital banking. And similarly, the competitive advantage today, your digital banking, how to what extent you have introduced digital technology in your banking system, that indicates your competitive advantage. So digital technology is not a choice, it is compulsory to all the banking industry in the years to come. And the most important is the regulation. So digital banking adoption will come only with proper regulation. If you don't have either cyber security or the regulatory support, then this will not happen. So that is why today we have far better regulations for the purpose of digital banking. So are these things are the most important features you can see. So now let's have a quick look about various digital banking products. I'm not going to explain everything, I'm just highlighting this. So we have internet banking, no need to explain, everybody knows that. Then we have, after that, we introduced you can see mobile bank. Earlier, the banking services used to happen through computers, that is internet banking. The next level, it has come mobile banking. So now you can do mobile banking through mobile services. Then ATM is also part of that. So in the years to come, ATM, I don't think that ATM will be having relevance in the years to come. The reason is the most of the economy are moving for digitalization, so even digital currency is going to come. So when most of the transaction is happening through digital, even you know that you can, a pan bida seller can sell pan bida even for QR codes, phone pay or Google pay, he can do it, do the business. So then why he needs currency? So even samosa vendor can sell samosa through Google Pay. So then, in if when in the years to come, when the cash transaction comes drastically down, so the naturally the relevance of ATM may also go away. But for time being, it is part of that. And then debit card, yes, you can make the transaction using debit card, no physical cash, and you can do standard instruction standing instructions and point of sales terminals, that is using your credit card. So these are all the part of digital banking products. When it comes to India, you can have different digital banking things are here. You can see UPI is the unique technique, that is unified payment interface, which is the very good initiative by the government that has changed the whole banking scenario dramatically. So now you can make all payments using QR codes, Google Pay, Phone Pay. So many fintech companies have come up in India thanks to that UPI, unified payment interface. So not only that, because of that, even you can Indian currency is also going to be global. Recently I read some article that nine different countries going to use rupee card. So that's the advantage of this technology. Internet bank, mobile banking is also very good. And then banking cards, you have debit card, credit card, prepaid card. So now these cards time may go away. So now smart cards are more going to be more popular, means smart cards. And then this will also vanish in the years to come. So then the virtual card comes, so means no need to carry physical cards, so everything is in your mobile phone. So virtual card is also going to be popular in the years to come. So that's why the year of debit card, credit card, prepaid card and smart card may also go away in the years to come. So then next comes mobile wallet, so no need to carry your purse. So your mobile phone itself is your wallet. So mobile wallet is another new thing which is going to come, so that the use of physical cash may come down. Then Bharat interface for money, Beam is another important app, app or else Beam is another important initiative by the government that helps strongly for the digital banking in India. So that is the last one, is point of sale. So these are the important digital banking services you can see in India today. Coming to the point of trends of bank executives. So this is a recent study which is conducted from the American context. So the trends of banking executives expect that most influential factor in the next decade in the banking industry. So according to them, the most influencing aspects in banking industry are: number one, digitalization of financial service, emergence of digital currency. You just see recently the government of India has introduced digital currencies, that is central that is what the central CIDC or something is there. So the government of India is going to introduce digital currency. In the years to come, the digital currency may play a predominant role than the physical currency. And in the years to come, like 25 or 30 years down the line, the actual currency may also vanish from the society. So instead, the digital currency becomes more popular. And then I'll tell you one example. So the 25 years ago, you know that the demat things have come. That is, earlier, if you are a shareholder, then you used to get a physical share certificate. So you used to have, if you have 100 shares, company different shares, you will be having 100 different papers in your in your safe deposit locker. So then that concept has been changed with the demat, from physical certificate to demat. So initially there was lot of resistance was there, because we as an Indians, we have more trust with physical things. Like if I have a certificate, I have a more trust than having a digital form. So initial 5 years they have given an option, then next year they made it that it is not option, you have to convert your physical certificate into demat forms. So today none of the companies are issuing shares in physical forms. Of course the law is there, but 100% of the shares are in the demat form. Means there is no physical existence of certificates, share certificates, bond certificates. So is the case in the years to come about currency. In the years to come, there will not be any physical currency. Everything, like as we are seeing digital share certificates, the same way we can see digital currency. So that's another important thing. And then is increasing risk of cyber attacks. Yes, the threat is always there. So cyber attacks are quite common. uh, for that I think there should be some counter mechanism should come. So thanks to artificial intelligence and internet of things, more security may be introduced in the digital banking. If this is not introduced, then that will be a big threat. So I think that is a one of the risk aspect, but that will be handled carefully. And then changing market dynamics, so that's my topic today. So the market dynamic is changing now. So we are moving from cash economy to cashless economy. So in the years to come, everything will be digital. So as I told you, today you just see physical banking, then we have moved to digital banking. In the years to come, we are moving from digital banking to metaverse banking. So I will explain you what exactly metaverse banking. So in the years to come, you are like when you are making an online transaction, you are interacting with no one there. So you are making all the transactions. When the metaverse banking comes, then you are feeling as if you are going into a virtual branch. There somebody is there to talk to you, some virtual person will come and talk to you. You feel as if you are sitting in a bank branch. So that kind of metaverse banking is also going to come in the years to come, not too far, maybe few years later. And ESG, the concept of ESG is increasing. Environment, society, social and governance is also very important. So these are the important aspects when it comes to the most influential factor in the banking industry. Next comes the same survey which indicates that the most important outcome, five most important outcome of the banks over the coming decades. Number one is the improved cyber security. The cyber security and protection should be improved drastically. That's the most important concern. And there will be a drastic improvement in the services of the customer services of the banking industry. As I told you, when metaverse banking comes, then you will be having a different type of experience of banking services. And market will expand like anything, because earlier branch, for a branch, their network, their business network is only in that particular street. But when everything is digitalized, for you the whole globe is your market. And then more efficient risk management process should be focused. And ultimately the revenue, you will be having a different revenue source, streams now. So earlier for banks, the revenue stream is what? Only accepting deposit at 5% interest and selling that deposit by way of loan at 10%. The difference is 5% is the margin. So that was the only source of revenue for them before. But today, the banking companies have got different sources of revenue. So they are like a one-stop shop supermarket for financial services. So there are a lot of opportunities for them to generate different types of revenue streams for their survival and sustainability. And I will not take much time. I think I have a limited time. So then comes to what are the factors encouraged for the shift of banking industry. The first shift is the transformation is banking industry. So thanks to blockchain, then digital currency and fintech, all these things are going to transform the banking industry. The second one is the most important thing is willingness to adopt. You just see the recent survey done by Mastercard India, which indicates a very good result here. What is the result? 93% of the payment which is made in 2022 are using digital platform, 93%, and 50% of these are done through QR codes, and one third of the population. Another important observations you can see here: the digital payment is most attractive for Generation Z people. I think most of the college students are sitting before me here, there. So you are all coming under Generation Z category. So Generation Z category, they are highly attracted with the digital transactions, 37%, and remaining is 48%. Recent UN report says that 65% of 68% of Indian population are under, if I am right, 35 to 40 years, which means there is high chance for digital adoption in the years to come. And which consumer comfort with the digital payment methods, that is also indicated, and growth in bibliometric payments, so that is very important. So like earlier days password system is there, now password system will go away, so the password will be your fingerprint, password will be your face, password will be your eye contacts. So like nowadays you can see a mobile iPhone. So to open that iPhone, you just hold it before in front of you, the screen will open. So how it opens? Because of biometric integration. So that's why even in years to come, so biometric integration will be done with the digital banking. That will cater, that will to the some extent reduce the threat of cyber fraud or cyber threat. Then BPNL, that is buy now and pay later culture. So today, buy now and pay later culture is increasing because of digitalization. For example, I have purchased recently a phone. I have not paid full amount. I paid only one installment, and the remaining 11 installment from my bank account automatically will paid to the vendor of the telephone. So I have means I buy today but pay later. So means that was not the case before. So earlier, in order to buy one phone, I have to take a loan from the bank, get the cash, and give it here. So now, because of the digital banking concept, so you can buy today, pay later without any hassles. So that is going to boost the economy, boost the spending, and that will also boost the economy. So increasing pool of talents. Yes, India is a pool of very good tech talents, and that will be a big boost for the Indian digital banking. And financial inclusion is increasing because of digitalization, and bank wants more sustainable growth that can be achieved through digital banking. Ultimately, the COVID-19, as I told you, it was the main factor for the boost of digital banking. Otherwise, you know that people used to say that people the digital banking, there are illiterate people are there, they can't understand digital banking is a threat to the people. All these propaganda, you could have heard that before. But during COVID time, so all this propaganda has vanished overnight, because digital banking becoming order of the day necessity. So that is why the digital banking adoption has completely adopted during that particular time. So this is one of the, I cannot say like that, this is one of the advantage which happened, blessings in disguise during which happened during COVID. So I will skip this slide because there we have 7 important components to build future banks. I will just highlight what are the important components. I will not explain. So the most important component to build future bank, number one is the customer centric business, technology competence, and data analytics, and digital leadership. If your bank is not digital leadership, it will be away from the business. And there are different way of working, and the sustainability is more in digital banking, and you can have more focused organizations in the years to come. Then strategic priority, what are the strategic priorities? Number one strategic priority of computer digital banking is to enhance the customer experience. So customers are giving more empowerment here, so that the customer's experience will be enhanced, benefit will also be enhanced. And the second one is operational efficiency. So the cost of the operational cost of the banks, there may be a good amount of capital investment, but that can be recovered by reduced operational cost. So the operational cost will come down drastically. and the whole banking activity will be driven by data intelligence, and the most important thing is financial and risk control mechanism can be handled through proper regulatory system. And then bridging the gap toward digital banking. So as I told you, the first one is fear factor. So earlier the digital banking was not adapted because of fear factor. Now I think during the COVID time, so everybody started adopted digital banking, so that fear factor has gone now. Now the digital banking is, how you can enhance, unless a new technology is being adopted in your banking system, you will not sustain, you will not continue in the banking business. So a successful bank is one which is adopting modern technology in their operations. A bank which is failure bank means what? Which is very poor in adopting digital technology. That's the only parameter you can see in the years to come. So ultimately, inclusion of robotic process system which enhances more fast banking services in the years to come. So this is one of the most important slide of mine, because which is focusing the future. So banking in the metaverse. You can see this slide. This slide shows as if you are sitting in a bank. So in the years to come, so this is the scenario you can see. So when you enter into a banking portal, you can see this kind of environment. So somebody will be there to talk to you, and you feel as if, so you will be one among them. So it will show that it is you, and in front of you there is a manager, there is an officer. You can have an interaction, virtual interaction. It is not physical, it's not an actual person, but you can have an interaction with the virtual characters. So these are the virtual characters. So this may be the customer, and you will go, the moment you log into the portal, you will be sitting here, and you are going to, there will be some people to assist you. So this is the kind of banking system you can see in the years to come. So whatever the branch, whatever the experience you are experiencing in physical branch, you are going to experience in the metaverse bank. So here, the metaverse is expected 5 trillion investment in by 2030. It is not too far. We are in 2023. In 7 years, you can see 5 trillion investments in this, and that is going to change. It's a global statistics that's going to change the whole dynamics of banking industry in the years to come. So here, metaverse platform, you can buy goods and sell goods. Even you can buy virtual goods, like goods virtually, sneakers and Nikes and all these Gucci items you can buy virtually. And you can also play virtually, like cricket league also you can pay virtually. And then cryptocurrency will be the unique currency. And then you can also transfer the money. There are two types of economy now. So one is real world economy, and another one is virtual economy. So you can transfer money from the real world economy to the virtual economy, and from the virtual economy to the real world economy through metaverse. So it sounds something different, or it's something hard to understand. So in the, that now you can buy the land not only in Calcutta, in your place physically, you can buy land virtually also. So metaverse, through metaverse also you can do it. So these all are the things you can see in the years to come. So there is a startup called Zep, where it's a metaverse bank. So the bank of metaverse. So this is one metaverse bank you can see, that is startup Zep. So where it is again regulated, where you can make a trading between real world as well as virtual world. So what I'm trying to say is, Generation Z is fully digital name. So they adopt the digital technology by birth in the years to come. So metaverse is going to change the banking scenario. So you can have so many metaverse virtual branches, which is going to sell the banking product digitally. So all Generation Z people are going to be the consumer or customer for this metaverse banking. And similarly, you can see there are various platforms already there. The Sandbox, Decentraland, Robolax, Fortunate. So these all are the platforms which are providing to develop metaverse banking. So this already you can see HSBC has already started Metaverse Bank using Sandbox as a platform. And you can also see the in Thailand there is one bank called Siam Commercial Bank, which is already having virtual branch using Sandbox platform. And JP Morgan Chase, it has already established the Metaverse platform through using the Decentraland, and so on. You can see in the years to come. And now, finally, what are the trajectory of banking? It was physical banking. Then we moved to physical and digital bank. Today we are in physical. So yesterday it was physical banking. Today it is physical banking as well as digital banking. And in the years to come, digital first bank, and after that, digital only bank. Means after 10 or 15 years, we will not be having this, we will not be having this, we will not be having this, we will be having only digital only banks in the years to come. And I think if I don't have time, I will skip it. So emergence of neobanks are those banks which are not having physical presence, so they are parallel to the banking companies, so they are operating through the network of internet. So you can see there are three types of banks now. Conventional bank, that's concept is going to go now. Now we are in digital bank, and after that you can have a neo bank. So in the case of neo bank, the whole banking concept will be through online only. So there is no physical presence. And we have different neo banks in India. We can have here example I have quoted. I think the concept is not so popular, but in the years to come, so these concepts will be more popular because our generation Z people are more tech savvy. And I just wanted to explain this. There is one company called Grip. One example I'm going to give. So what is the main business of this company? This is a fintech company. Now you can see in what way the banking companies are changing, in what way the fintech companies are going to give competition to the banking company. I'm just taking 2 minutes time to explain this. So there is one company called Grip. So what is the main business of this company? I will tell you. If I am a if I am having a company, if I need working capital, what I will do? I will go to the bank and I will negotiate and get the working capital. Okay. So now what the grip companies are doing, so now instead going to the bank, I will go to this fintech company. I can say that I need 1 million capital for working capital for 2 years. Then through this platform, there are many investors will be there. So investor will start contributing. Some people may give 50,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, like that. So they will collect the money, and then this grip is going to give a platform. It is just a facilitator. So if I have a money, I can join here and I can contribute. So that is the way I can for my company 1 million can be mobilized here. Then what is the advantage for me here, and what is the advantage for the investors here? For me, I will get I can get the money at a lower cost with less legal hazard. And for you, you will get more return on your investment. So this is one example I am telling you. Similarly, you can buy and sell the bonds through online now. And one more thing, you can see this is a bank. I'm from I'm talking to you from Oman now. So this is NBO, means National Bank of Oman. So a lot of Kannada people are also there. You can see this is, if I am right, this is the Bengali term, Bengali app. So this bank is serving the customers here. For I am Kannada person, so I can use Kannada language app. And if you are a Bengali, you can use Bengali app. Means you can make transaction in this bank with your language. How it happens? It's a thanks to, this is not Indian bank. It is a bank in Oman which is using Kannada language and which is giving complete explanation through Kannada thanks to digital banking. So finally, my conclusion. What's my conclusion? So in the years to come, as I told you, physical banking, and then we are moving to digital first, and digital only bank. So that's why this is digital banking is not just an option, it is a compulsory. So if you want to stay in your business, and you have to adopt digital banking technology, and at the same time, we as a customer, we have to be a tech savvy. So digital banking is going to be order of the day. And then digital, you can see all kind of banking services through digital platform. And as in Asia, the people are more tech savvy than any other country, so that is why there will be very good future for digital banking. And the government of India's very good initiative, that is digital banking unit, DBU. I think to begin with, the 75 different locations, the government of India introduced the digital banking concept, and then this is going to give more development, more the growth for digital banking in India, and moreover, metaverse bank, there will be huge potential in the years to come. So that's it from my side. I think that if you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, before leaving the platform, I just thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity, and I also thank Mr. Sunil for giving me and for continuously interacting with me for bringing me over here. And if you want to reach me, my social media is here. You can contact with me for any other further discussions or detail. Thank you, one and all, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank
Over
you.
to the organizer.
Thank you very much, sir. And big hands for sir for his lucid deliberation. You have actually changed our perception about the future of banking. So thank you very much, sir, once again. We are thankful to you. Despite of your busy schedule, you joined us and presented a thought-provoking deliberation that changed our perception about the future of banking. So, sir, thank you very much once again from my core of heart to you, sir, for joining us and giving us your valuable time. Namaskar, sir.
Namaste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I will sign off. Okay.
Yeah, sir. Okay, please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Okay, bye, sir. So, we have with us our another esteemed speaker, Dr. Shamir Maiti. He is from postdoctoral fellow of Department of Material and Production, Aalborg University, Aalborg, Denmark. So, sir is there. I will just introduce him in front of our speaker. And this is our last speech before the lunch. After the lunch, we will start our presentation. So I request all of you, please be with us. Dr. Shamir Maiti passed MSc in Mathematics from Jadavpur University and MCA and PhD from Vidyasagar University. He completed postdoctoral work from 2017 to 2019 at Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. He is presently a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Material and Production at Aalborg University, Denmark. He was also working as assistant professor at Kalyani University and Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University. He has been published in many papers in prestigious international journals such as Elsevier, Springer, Taylor and Francis, etc. His current research interests include combinatorial optimization, multi-objective optimization, uncertainty, machine learning, ML in combinatorial optimization, deep learning, Internet of Things, soft computing, meta-heuristic design, ML in meta-heuristics, data analytics, intelligent logistic, routing, real-time optimization, data-driven decision science. Okay, so I hand over the session to you, sir. Over to you, sir, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hope are you hearing me clearly? Hello.
audible and visible too, sir.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers to give me a chance to share my views and the thought to all the audience. Uh, yeah, I'm just, before going to start my presentation, I'm just saying some 2 or 3 words that I'm just visit the last 2 lectures that they are in IP and another become digital banking. But my today's lecture become something different. It is completely some technical in terms of computer science and all. But the one thing that this is the audience become very wider sections that's been from physics, mathematics, computer science, commerce, and management. So it's good for me. And my work, I should, I think, for all of you, because this is a very much practical work, practical operational work that we are doing in everyday work. So I've taken at most 30 minutes for my presentation and then 5 to 10 minutes for the interaction of the audience. Okay. So the title becomes look like realistic procurement settings and planning using machine learning and meta heuristics. What is procurement settings? Procurement settings means that when you plan something, buying or purchasing something, so you have something you have planned for a personal purpose, for a business purpose, or for others purpose also, for organizational purpose. Suppose you have think that I know that in Egra college they have some pond, and after that they have been marketing vegetable shops in morning. If you go to the market in morning, then you got something. If you go to the in afternoon session now, then there will be no market, it's open. Again, if you go to the Egra Bazaar, that you got some purchase some vegetables in the morning, there will be no shop at that time. If you purchase some books in that morning, that we got that there are some book shops in near about in your college, but it's not open in morning, but it's open in the daytime. That means to 10 or 10:30, and it's still in 12:30 or 1, and then again it's shut down, and it's again open in the evening sessions or afternoon sessions. So when you purchasing something or procurement something, then you need to plan something. So my work in last few years, last 5 or 6 years, I'm just working in that field much more elaborately. That procurement setting and planning, that how you can plan this work, how you can particularly procurement for a personal purpose. If you purchase something heavyweight, something you just used to build some your house, then you what you do? You do something raw materials look like sand, bricks, and other things. Then you don't think about look like vegetable shopping or if you book shopping. So there needs some propositions, some logical view, some technical part, or to design it more accurate, more optimized, and less timing, more satisfaction from your end. So to do that, I'm just preparing my work in last few years. From first I can saw that there was some market selection strategy. You may select some markets. You may select depend on some time. You may select market based on some clustering. That means one region based, and even some practical decision look like that. I'm just giving you that what happened that if you purchase for the marriage purpose, if you procure some jewelry, then you go to the Kolkata. If you procure something grocery, then you go to your nearest shop. That means in Egra Bazaar. If you go something other things, some not findings in your area, you go to near your site. That means Contai, there have a near site. You can go there. If you find from good piece, then you go to Diga. So some practical decisions you need to do that. Even this is from one end. The other end become if you have a seller. Suppose in the you have a vegetable seller. What happened in case of vegetable seller? You wake up in the morning, you go to one place, then you collect the products, and after that collecting, I just gave you an example that I know that in Contai there have some good shops in morning. There are vegetables and the seeds and some other things that I got by the local brokers. And what happened that in morning they are going there and purchasing that and come to the end and sell on a point. So these are the real-time decisions they have taken. And now today's procurement something more better, and the future one much more technical driven. So that's why IoT enabled devices you can use. So these are the procurement process, how it can evolve by during the time. So first one that I can give in you that when you procurement something, what you try to find out first, there is a cost minimum. That means you got some. That means you can say that this is cost sufficient. That you find a good quality product with less cost. And sometimes it's not clear that it is either good or bad, but you find out that it is time consuming. That you go to Contai, then it's more time. If you just purchase a book and go to Contai, it's very much expensive to you. If you purchase something more than that, you may go that's Kolkata, then it's good benefited to you. So it's depend your time, your cost, your others constraint. So all the things I try to build, this is the mathematical form. Then this mathematical form can be solved by through some computational methods that term like machine learning or meta-heuristic or heuristics method, something we try to solve this in a system in a sustainable times, in a reasonable times, and optimal way. So there have some classical form in the procurement problem that termed as traveling purchaser problem. Look like us. That means you go. Just saying that you can when you go in the morning you just you wish to buy something, bread or butter or something. Then what happened? You just wake up and go and select some markets and visit that and purchase your products, something. If you're satisfied, that means your demand is satisfied, then you come back to your house. So this is the process. This is termed as traveling purchaser problem. Travel, procure or purchase and come back. This is traveling purchaser problem. Nowadays, they have a more optimal way. You can say that traveling cost, carrying cost, purchasing process, facility. That means if you go there and if you go by your car, that means don't consider car. If you go by your cycle, then there will be no cycle. I think no place to stay your cycles. So what happened? Then you don't go that place. If you go by bike, then you do so that there is no place to just stay something. So that you don't go that shop. So these are the common facility that you can try to find out from the procurement centers or the shop. So another become time and quality. Yes, this is important of all of us. All of us, those are in procurement, in everyday, day-to-day procurement, all the other things. So there are the three structural way, not strategy, structural way. You can say that in classical term, 3 layer. First one, market selection, you got at the top one. Then you go to the routing, that means traveling, you go visit somewhere, and then finally you procure something. So these are the 3 decision-making layer, most important in each layer. If you not select the correct one, then it is for expensive to you. If you not select the correct in traveling plan, then it must be expensive. Even the last layer also, if you select the correct one, if you select the correct route, but you don't procure to the appropriate amount or appropriate product or appropriate price, then it should be mess to you. So these all are the important to you in each sectional layer. So that's why this is very much challenging for us and challenging for us. Still I know that there have not too much app for us. App means the mobile phone app that you can't use to buying something. Apart from the online buying, I just saying that if you purchase something, suppose you vegetables in India, you don't get some huge app that where its price become low, where its price become high, where its quality become low, where its quality become high, which shop is now open, what is not open, you don't check. But in future, near future, you must be check this. Otherwise, you don't waste your time or quality or the other thing. So that's why I planned this one. One work that I am designing for that area, that selection of the market. There will be one computational strategy that we termed as multi-criteria decision-making model. This is depend on the criteria that I can for that. There are criteria. These criteria depend on market size, market accessibility, customer perceptions about the market volatility, and other things they are dependent to design all the things. So based on this criteria, we can prepare the market. We can categorize your market ranking. That this market 1, that market 2, that market 3, that market 4. After ranking them, then we can designing this route that which market you visit and how much product you can reach. So since we can go to the top layer, this is based on this idea, how market is selected, we can use some computational tools. Using some computational tool, design a market selection strategy. When your market selection strategy is done, then you go to the traveling and procurement. So based on this, we have designed some research work. Still it is in manuscript under process, but it's a good idea that you're selecting something before starting your journey, and it must be benefited to you. How you select? Based on this criteria, and the criteria is guided by some computational techniques. This is one multi-criteria decision making. It's very popular, and by that way we can design this one. The next one become, I can show that the time dependent. That means when you go to the vegetable shop in near about to Egra college, I think very near, just side, it's open in the morning and it closes in 10 or 10:30. But if you go to the book shop in the morning, this is closed, it's not open. So market still that the classical procurement problem, that mathematical design, this is not considering that one. This is, they are considering that all the day this is open, but it's not happen. Practically it's not happen. So when market is open, even when the time dependent market is open, then the product also, if you go to the vegetable shop also in the morning, then the price become high, the quality become low, but after certain time, after 30 minutes onward, you saw that the price become low and quality become high, and it become stable. And if you go to the vegetable shop in the late hour, that means after 9 or 9:30, then you saw that the product price become low and quality become low. So you need to optimize your starting time. When you start, if you start in the morning, very morning, they don't get profit. If you start in very late, then you don't get profit. So which of the best optimal time for starting time that you can profit at you? So that's why the time dependent structure, that's very important to us. That's why I saw you, there's one figure that it's open in 1, then it's not feasible to you. And go to open 11:30, that can be feasible to you. So by that way, you can design that time dependent market structure. You can design. The next one becomes, so the clustering. Clustering becomes, we can say that clustering by distance location. That means you saw if you visit in any kind of places throughout the globe, even while I'm at Yalabor also, I saw that the shop becomes isolated in one area. That means here you can saw that also in throughout the world. When shopping mall, they are concentrated to one area. The other shops, they are concentrated to the area. So by these areas, we can regionalize. We can identify that this area become for the fishing, this area become for the jewelry part, this area become for the vegetable part, this area become for some other parts. So by this clusterized or regionalized this region, we can design one other's way for the traveling purchaser problem or procurement problem in the procurement process. Okay. So this is the one kind of another structure that you can direct transport, that when you purchase some heavy weight, that means you purchase some bricks, you purchase some sands. So you don't carry your own hand. What do? You just go, you visit the shops and book this one, and from there one vehicle they booked or hired and direct transport to your house or depot or where you try to find. So that's why this is direct transport process. So this is another approach for the procurement. I think it was 3. This is another regionalized. This is the process. I'm not going that much more. Coming to the other part, that in the selling process, that means I saw in place of what happened in India, that for the small scale business person, those have very limited budget. That means 1,000 or 1,500. What they are doing every day, very morning, they started and go to one shop with some people or some their co-vendors and purchase some products from a merchant place. Suppose they started from Egra and go to the Contai, and in the morning they purchase some vegetable, fish and other things and come back to Egra and go to the different place, sitting down and started to sell in 7 or 7:30. But they're starting in the morning, very morning, 4:30. And after 10, 10:30 or 11, it's closed their door. So multiple purchasers, they are going to the same vehicles, and when go there, they have to visit that they are going to the same vehicle. Sometimes vehicle capacity are limited, and they got some good products with very low price. They purchased much more, but the capacity of vehicle is limited. So, okay, we go with some co-vendor, we go that, and we can go by bus or other things. So, this concept we can use the multiple purchaser concept. So, it is used by the small scale business person. But here, one important thing that all the things for the profit purpose. Before that, other thing that when you purchase something, you just limited purchase. That means you minimize your cost or minimize your time. But in case of here, the purchaser, but the aim of this purchaser that you profit something, that you buying something, after that you selling it, so you got some profit. So this is the another approach in the procurement process. This is for the procurement process, the types. That means when types of different perishable products or breakable products, and how can prefer them? How can procurement your systems? You go very far. If you buy something for the perishable product, you don't go very far. If it's very low cost, you don't go because it's perishable or breaked during your transportation. So we design some another approach that multi-depot also one concept, but I don't discuss now. But his perishable product or breakable items, this is another approach. Also, I am not considering here the substitute item. That means when you purchase something, then the some substitute item given to you. So these are the part of the process. I am coming to the last one. That means there's some intelligent process. That means when IoT, Internet of Things, plays in that field that we got that. IoT, you have a great opportunity for us, not today, in tomorrow's futures. So what happened in IoT driven cases in purchaser sense? What happened? If we have an app, you got that this market you have selected on the app that these are the markets. You got this product by very low price and very good quality, and it's very reasonable distance from you. You selected that market, and after selecting market, when you just go through, you just send your car. You know that Tesla is already developed that car that is UAV, unmanned vehicles. So you just send your car, and what happened? The car went go that they have decided that this way become very bad weather. This road very congested, so not go that way. So when you collect this data, this way become bad weather and congested. How do you collect? You collect from IoT devices. That's why intelligent procurement planning in the next future. So we have tried to build this by mathematically, and then it's solved by some computational tools. So this is the intelligent transportations during your selecting of the market, and then you just go there and purchasing the product and come back. So that's why this is very much important for us, intelligent transportation, intelligent system in the TPP or traveling purchaser program. So real-time decisions in the procurement process is very much interesting to us and very much effective to us in the very near future. It's not too much, it's very near future because now most of the vehicles are, all the vehicles, I think not all the vehicles that are now sold by government of India or in India, that's all by the chip base. That means they have a GPS location, they have some sensors, many sensors, and they're sharing the data from the one vehicle to other vehicle. That's why it's Internet of Vehicular Things. And one more thing is that in United Nations Sustainable Program that net zero, that means in 2050, after 2050, we have targeted that there have no carbon emissions by during vehicles, by other process. So sustainability is one important part. So now I'm just discussing one mathematical concept for the last one, that IoT used in the multiple purchaser technique or purchasing plan, how we can build that in mathematically. It's not too much tough, but it's too new that also for us. So these are the, I just before start my the technical, that means papers, that I'm just going that some common research area for all the audience. Those are the very young researchers, young way that we have built their mind. That first one be procurement settings, customer satisfaction, quality controls, servicing facility. That means if they have any parking place or not. If there have any chance that I have a time, a very limited time, if they have options, that very first I can pay something for this. The second one become some volatility of the price of the product, because price of the product is every day will change, every time, in every second it changing throughout the globe for different uh, parameters are there at us. The third one becomes smart environment. That means you go to the some IoT settings. How do you use that? How can you use this as a price? And the last, the one, ability of the product, demand, price, sensitive, and other things. These are the all related for our procurement planning, procurement process. So how do we can configure these all the things in a common window? That's the challenge for a researcher. So I'm showing that the same concept we can use the cash in transit problem. You saw that in when the ATM can just filled by the one car that come and fill this, and you know that how they are processed exactly, how they are processed for filling their different ATMs. Which one become first visited, what become less visited, and it depend on some risks or some other things are there. So these are the big challenge, and in the computer science part, these all problems that I am giving you, these are the NP-hard nature. So we need to design some intelligent, sustainable algorithms that produces the results in a reasonable time, since these are the NP-hard nature. This is an open question for us. Those problems are NP-hard, so we need for some much more intelligent algorithm for the realistic case, for a small scale case that gives us a reasonable time solutions. A solution that not optimum but near to optimum. That's why we need this area. It's very challenging task, and it's very few research units throughout the globe they have areas to design that. So they have a good challenge for the computer science physicists as well as in a commerce management part. They are looking that it's integrated, how we can integrate these all the things. Now I've come to the point, some mathematical part, that how can IoT, you can check that it's very simple, not too much hard. Those have not in mathematics, I'm saying that it's not too much tough. You just placed some IoT devices, that means some sensors, some RSU units. Some people think that RSU divided something on CCTV cameras. Look like that. From Egra college to the Egra Bazaar or Egra Mall, there have just 1 kilometer or 500 meters, something look like. There are 7 or 10 CCTV cameras are placed. So by that 7 or 10 CCTV cameras, you collect the footage. That means you got the information. So how to process this information, that it is congested or not? It is the road surface condition, how much it is good or bad. So we just collect, this is the, I just saying that from ith market to jth one via earth route, that means different route are available. You consider alpha u I j r a, you become number of IoT devices, n number of IoT devices placed. So it's very simple. After collecting, the index h become the type of parameter. That means you consider the weather, you consider the congestion, you consider the road surface, or many things. I'm just considering 3-1. Sorry. And we collect these. After collecting that, just averaging them. Summation of all these informations and by these devices. That produces the average values of the particular weather conditions, particular congestions, and other things. Just a second, I just take one. Sorry. And then just put these values in the machine learning tool. These all the values machine learning tool fit them to place to predict the velocity of this vehicle, which vehicle you travel or you got. So it's very simple. We just collect data from CCTV and put averaging them and put this data in a function that produces a velocity of my vehicle. So I just getting that, and then how collecting your data, you just check some sensors for the congestions, some type of other sensor for the road surface, for weather, from different type of sensor I placed, and getting the data from this data and just filtering them, just filtering this noise, cleaning, and some others there. I don't go there, transform data in required format for the placing for the required format, that some image data can convert it in some other format, some raw data that converted in some flatter format. So that's why we can transform the data from different format to a single format and store in a server, and I use some machine learning to predict some velocity. We have considered the velocity prediction as well as some cost prediction also. What are the cost from traveling from your college to some Egra mode? If you go by bus, if you go by some other vehicle, if you go by some personal vehicle, then how to the cost at that time, in the morning, in the beginning, or the evening, or in the afternoon. So this is the very simplest way we consider this one. We have also done this is in a protocol type. We have taken some Raspberry Pi. This is the IoT devices one kind of, and we have placed this information and gathered by this previous one. That means I just gathering data, place this information in a store, and then I use the machine learning tool. So, and we got that which this was the white one, this is the red one, and this is the green one. And we have considered three routes. Which route we will select it? This is the we have designed a protocol for this. And the very simplest mathematics, we just minimize the time here and just calculating the cost. That means we just they had some traveling cost, some carrying cost, and some purchasing cost here there. So, but we have minimized as well as you may minimize the cost and also cost time also. And I'm just saying that this is the mathematical one formulation that I have designed the time. We have designed one value, this mathematical, that if it's one, when it is one, become when the minimum time you have taken. How you take the minimum time? And they have a fixed distance, and they have a velocity, VIJR. This velocity, by that machine learning tool, gives you that the velocity become look like that. So you take this velocity become, suppose from Egra college to Egra mode, the velocity become by bus, it's become 10 kilometers. And by personal vehicle, that means if you use the bike or anything two-wheeler, it's become 20 kilometers. And if you use some other vehicle, that is become suppose 5 kilometers. So you take the maximum velocity for the minimum time taken. By that we consider this vehicle type. So it's not too much hard. It's very simplest, and we have just for our research purpose, we have designed when we don't take any velocity by IoT device. And how do we calculate this? This is a mathematical term. This is distribution, just simply probability distribution. This is the we can see the trapezoidal distribution. By that we just calculating the speed, and we just designing the different work that with IoT and without IoT, how we can contradict this one. And finally, we have taken that advantage. We got that the IoT enabled devices gives you some more information, and they get the good result for us. And for doing that, I have just used machine learning, not in the model also. That means designing the mathematical model, but we have designed the machine learning. We use the machine learning for the optimization purpose. That means the tool that I have began, this classical tool that we say that in computation term, this is the meta heuristics. The meta heuristic becomes, I'm saying that they have a two term, heuristic and meta heuristic. Heuristic becomes a particular problem solving. In case of meta heuristic, it is some generalization of the heuristic that solve many problems by the one heuristic, then it's become meta heuristic. We have a common meta heuristic, very good. This is a genetic algorithm. It gets basically developed by biological natures. So, and what we did that machine learning, that is to which we used it in this meta heuristics in each step. So that's why it's very challenging for us, and it's new one also. We can say that. How it is working machine learning, I can just showing an example. There are in operation in a genetic algorithm. We have taken two routes, 0 to 6, 0 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 8. These are the market, 0th market, 5th market, 6th market, 9th market, 8th market. Another route we have selected 0th, 3rd market, 7th market, 4th market. We're just comparing them 0 to 6, 0 to 5, and 0 to 3, 3rd market. That we have different route there and different IoT devices placed there. I just predicted the velocity based on this IoT information from the run. The minimum velocity that in 6th market I have to consider as any one that I've selected, and then by that we just considering the final route. So this is one. We can say that machine learning based comparison cost work, and that work in one field. We say that meta heuristic field, machine learning in meta heuristics. So what data set we have considered, and the validity of the data set is showing for this purpose. This is one heat map that's showing that this is very much existing and it is acceptable for us that taking, but yet this is not the practical data set. This will be generated by simulating that we can say that hypothetical data set, and this is some machine learning algorithm we used to do that. The performance of the machine learning algorithms is some results I can show you. Some age of 0 to 8, we can go some vehicle 2 and their vehicle speed that they're given also, and what is the traveling cost and purchasing cost that are given to you. This is the vehicle speed 60.54, this is 45.97, this is 59.13, and these are the time have taken, and this is the cost for the purchasing. So this is truly this is very much practical and challenging for us. These some results that in for different time setting, that means when you start your journey, either in the morning, and if it's 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or 6:30 or 7:30 or 10, when you start for journey with different demand setting. If you purchase 250 units, if you purchase 300 units, if you purchase 350 units, if you purchase 400 units, then it's become something, your demand setting or different demand setting, you start your journey different. Okay, this is very much truly practical what is done in real time or practically. This also for one setting, they had different demand settings can't solve this problem, how we can, but which are the optimal time for starting your purchasing plan. So from that, there's some decision making in the management level, that when you take some decision for the which path you can take, consider what is the time you start your journey, what kind of information you take from the IoT, and what your aim, that either you minimize your time or you minimize your cost, what your objective for your particular process. So these are the challenging for tasks, and we can try to build this all by the management managerial policy level decision making. Okay. So these, I'm not going this particular novelty. I'm just coming to the conclusion point that my target is that there have a threefold investigation. You can try the 3 layer, that market selection, procurement, traveling, and procurement, that we have tried to build here. First one become mathematical population of this given model. That's for the standardization of the system. Second one become setting the parameters for the machine learning. Third one become from managerial fruitfulness. That means when you design something, you give some managerial fruitfulness. Otherwise, you don't get some outcome for your all. So these are threefold. Now for doing threefold, I just designing mathematical population as well as some computation tools. That means machine learning materials, the new very, not too much old, very new, and it's very much future also, that field. So I think those are the young learner and in the college students, they have feel that this is the one area that still not much investigation or not much researcher are going that, but it's huge place, because I give some information to you. Few university in top, that means Harvard, and some University of Lincoln, that in UK, they have placed some lab, that is procurement settings and planning. They have planned for the procurement purpose. That means it's a huge term, huge amount their purpose pursued by the government, by the personal purpose, but different people, they have taken decisions based on their good opportunity that it must be used. That's why this is the challenging task for us. I think you need to explore, look like other area. This is one new area that we can go ahead for this purpose. Okay, I think I take 30 minutes. I have too much in. Yeah. If you have any query, you may tell me.
So, any question from audience? Any question from audience? Any question? No question? Then thanks to Mr. Somir Maiti, postdoctoral fellow,
Thank
Aalborg
you.
University, Denmark. Thanks for his valuable speech to enlighten us. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you very much, and give me thank you to my supervisor there, Dr. Arindam Roy, gave me a chance to give present here. Hope if you have anything by the audience that I'm suggesting that go ahead, visit the different look like conferences or some such as a presentation. And if you have given some intuition, that means you have raised some question, you write down, note down, and go to check it. Okay, for development to personal and personal to operational, and from there to from an organization view. That's give to us much more intelligence. Thank you very much.
So, this is the end of the lecture of first session. So I would thankful to all invited speakers, students, those who are associated with us directly and indirectly. First of all, I am thankful to the honorable principal of the Egra SSB College, Dr. Deepak Kumar Tamili, for organizing such type of international seminar, collaborating with us. Also, I am thankful to Sunil Jadhav, Assistant Professor, Head Department of Commerce. I am thankful to Dr. Deepak Hajra, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Physics. I am thankful to also Dr. Chayan Ranjit, Department of Mathematics, Head. And finally, I am thankful to all faculty members from other college, in this college, all students, research scholar, to participate and to grant success of this international conference. Now the lunch break, and after lunch break, we will go for paper presentation. So we assemble here at 2:30. 2:30. Okay. Thank you to all.
হ্যাঁ
আছে
হ্যাঁ
ওকে আর ওখানে কি যাবে বললাম ওখানে
ওই স্ক্রিনে যাবে ইয়েটা গুগল মিটে যাওয়া থাকে
হ্যাঁ
গুগল মিটে যাওয়া থাকে
গুগল মিটে যাবে মানে এই ফ্রেম
লিঙ্ক
এই ফ্রেম
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
একটু বাঁকা লাগছে
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, let me see. আমাদের যারা জয়েন করবে তাদেরকে ইয়ে করবে আমরা এখানকার ক্যামেরা অফ করবো আমরা করবো না বন্ধ করো গরম করছে Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What's that? Hello. 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 হ্যালো ফুল করা আছে এটা বন্ধ হয়ে গেল
Hello. Hello.
হ্যালো 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 এটা তো বন্ধ আছে লাল জ্বলছে আরে আমার আছে এগুলো না হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো
Hello. Hello.
হ্যালো
ঠিকঠাক করে হ্যালো ঠিক আছে
হ্যালো 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 টেস্টিং হ্যালো চেক
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you again in our post-lunch sessions. In this session, we have only paper presentation only, which will be held on blended mode. We have divided this session in two sections. One is management and social science, which will be chaired by Dr. Taraknath Sahu and Dr. Sunil Kumar Jadhav. And the second session, which will be chaired by our Dr. Kalipada Maiti, Dr. Arindam Roy, and Dr. Deepak Kumar Hajra and myself. Hope it will be a great session. We learn a lot from our new research from different fields. Thank you. I request Dr. Sunil Kumar Jadhav to conduct the first session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as our announcer already announced that we have with us Dr. Taraknath Sahu, one of renowned professor from Vidyasagar University. Okay, just a minute. So, participant, am I audible? Those who are in online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes.
so first participant will present her paper on online mode, Miss Rupa Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, New Alipur College. So you can proceed. Sir, over to you, sir.
Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. As the organizers said that there are more than 50 papers are there, as this is an interdisciplinary conference, and that's why there are a lot of papers are there. So, without wasting further time, you may start your presentation.
So, 1 minute, Rupa, 1 minute. Please wait. ভিডিও স্যার এখানে দেখতে পারবেন। প্লিজ রূপা স্টার্ট।
Okay, thank you. First of all, a very good afternoon to the one and all present here. The chairperson, sir, Dr. Taraknath Shahu, sir, and the co-chairperson, Dr. Sunil Kumar Yadav. I am Rupa Yadav, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce, Mewalipur College. Would like to convey a heartfelt thank to the Egra SSB College for giving me platform to present my paper. So before introducing you all with the topic, I would like to say a few things regarding my presentation. So may I proceed, sir?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So business from today at all the time faces several kind of risks owing to the threat of its political, economical, social and natural environment where they are embedded and struggle to grow and exist. So managing these risks is very much essential for any business to mitigate instability in its earning capability and enhance the value of its shareholders. As we all know that in the process of management of risk, analysis of risk is one of the very much important steps. So my topic is related with the analysis of risk. And we all know that a general increase in health standard leads to the growth of national wealth, as health is considered or defined as both the cause and effect of development of an economy. And India has a very important role to play in the global health sector. So the topic of my presentation is based on analysis of company-specific component of business risk and evidence from selected pharmaceutical companies in India. So now I would like to share my screen with you all. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Please continue.
So as I already told that the topic is analysis of company-specific component of business risk and evidence from selected pharmaceutical companies in India. So my entire presentation is divided into 6 sections. The first is introduction, followed by literature review, objective, methodology, result and discussion, and then concluding observations. So I would like to give a brief introduction of my topic. So business risk is the risk which arises out of dispersion in operating profitability of a company. And the class and size of the business risk depends upon several factors. And these factors are classified into 3 groups. The economy specific factor, which leads to the economy risk, industry specific factor, which leads to industry risk, and company specific factor, which leads to company risk. As economy specific factor and company specific factor and industry specific factor includes the components like fluctuation into the exchange rate, inflation, restrictive regulation, and special status enjoyed by the industry, the growth prospect of the product of the industry into the market. So it is next to impossible for a company to have control over all these factors. So we can say it is next to impossible for a company to control the economy risk and industry risk. So in this study, the effort has only been made to analyze the company specific risk of the business risk, not the other two, that is economy and industry risk. So this company risk arises out of 3 factors, which is volatility into the cost behavior pattern, variability into the revenue generating capability, and inconsistency into the short-term debt paying capability. So the inconsistency or volatility into the cost behavior pattern leads to the cost structure risk, and variability into the capital productivity or revenue generating capability leads to the capital productivity risk, and inconsistency in short-term debt paying capability give rise to the liquidity risk. So in this study, mainly these three risks has been analyzed. A number of study has already been conducted to analyze the business risk, but no in-depth study has yet been conducted to analyze the company-specific component of business risk in the Indian pharmaceutical sector. So, in order to bridge this gap, in order to bridge this gap, I have analyzed only the company-specific component of business risk in my study, and I'm skipping the literature review part as I have already been told that I have only 5 minutes to discuss my paper. So I would like to discuss the objective. So the objective of my paper is to assess the company specific component of business risk such as liquidity risk, cost structure risk, capital productivity risk of the selected companies using the Gini's coefficient of concentration. And the next objective is to measure the company risk of each of the company and to ascertain the status of each of them in respect of company risk. The third objective is to analyze the nature and extent of relationship between the company risk and return of the selected companies. And the last objective is to investigate the effect of company risk on return of the companies under study. If we talk about the methodology, then the study is based on 15 companies which were selected from the top 20 companies in Indian pharmaceutical sector based on the market capitalization published by moneycontrol.com, which is a part of the Network 18 group, and the same was published on May 19, 2022. The data of the selected company for the period 2012-13 to 21-22 were used under this study, and the same was collected from, again, the secondary sources, which is moneycontrol.com. And under this study, the company's risks were analyzed by using the Gini's coefficient of concentration. And while conducting this study, several statistical techniques and tools were also used, such as Kendall's coefficient of concordance, Pearson's simple correlation, Spearman-Rank correlation, Kendall's correlation analysis, and simple regression analysis, and statistical tests like t-test and chi-square test were also applied at appropriate places. So, sir, is there need to discuss the analysis part, or I should go to the conclusion?
Rupa, just mention your major findings and then conclude, please.
Okay. So, the major finding of the study is that the study revealed that 47%, 53%, and 40% of the selected pharmaceutical companies in India were placed in the category of liquidity risk, cost structure risk, and capital productivity risk above the Indian pharmaceutical industry average, respectively, while the remaining 53%, 47% and 60% of the selected ones were able to keep themselves at the level below the Indian pharmaceutical industry average. The highest instability in both the liquidity and capital productivity fronts were observed in Ajanta Pharma, while the Sun Pharma occupied the first rank in respect of volatility in cost structure front during the study period. Similarly, Aurobindo Pharma was placed on the last bench by capturing the 15th rank in respect of cost structure front and capital productivity front, whereas Torrent Pharma enjoyed the least risk in respect of liquidity front during the period under study. Another notable outcome of the study is that a strong evidence of uniformity, which was tested by Kendall's coefficient of concordance among the liquidity risk, cost structure, and capital productivity risk of the selected companies was noticed during the study period. And the analysis of the company risk, which was computed by using Gini's coefficient of concentration by taking into consideration the liquidity risk or structure and capital productivity risk, reveals a wide range of variation in the level of company risk across the selected companies during the study period. Based on this CR value, 8 companies were placed in the category of above the Indian pharmaceutical industry average, and the remaining 7 were able to keep themselves into the category of below the Indian pharmaceutical industry average. The highest and the lowest degree of company risk were observed in the Ajanta Pharma and Abbott India, respectively, during the period under study. Another significant outcome of the study is that, based on the systematic analysis made in Table 2, 40%, again 40% and 20% of the selected company found place in the category of higher level, medium level, and lower level of company risk, respectively, during the period under study. Net outcome derived from the analysis of interrelationship between company risk and return on capital employed, as made in this study, by using 3 correlation measures, provide strong evidence of negative relationship between company risk and return in the selected companies during the study period. Similarly, the empirical result obtained from the analysis of simple regression of company risk and return on capital employed also reflected a significant negative effect on the company risk on return in the selected companies during the study period. So based on the outcome as mentioned above, it can be concluded that high risk was not at all compensated by high risk premium in the selected companies during the period under study, although a blend of high risk and high return is theoretically desirable. So that's all, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Rupa.
These are the references.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Is there any question from the audience who are participating, say, online or offline mode?
Anyone have any question? They may ask. Otherwise, I think, sir, no question is there. Okay, Rupa, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next, Mr. Rupesh Yadav. Efficiency in working capital management of selected paint company in India and empirical assessment.
Yes, sir.
Please start.
Good afternoon, sir.
Rupesh, please mention your research objectives, then methodology, then major findings, okay? And after that you conclude within 5 minutes, okay?
Okay,
5 to
Rupa,
7 minutes.
can you stop slide sharing? Yeah, Rupesh, start.
Okay, okay.
Yes, PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, may I start from objective?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. My study is based on the efficiency of working capital management of selected paint company in India and empirical assessment. The objective of my study to study the performance index of working capital management of the selected companies, to evaluate the working capital utilization index of the companies under study, to analyze the efficiency index of the working capital management of the selected companies, and to measure the degree of uniformity among the companies under study in respect of each of the selected working capital management efficiency parameters, such as performance index, utilization index, and efficiency index. The present study, in this present study, the data for the period 2004-5 to 18-19 were used, which is collected from the Capital Line Corporate database, in which 4 major paint companies selected, that is Asian Paints, Berger Paints, Kansai Nerolac, AkzoNobel, and Indigo Paints. And while measuring the efficiency of working capital management of the company under study, the efficiency index of working capital management as developed by Bhattacharya, Rishikesh Bhattacharya in the year 1995 was applied. According to the Bhattacharya model, efficiency of working capital management represents the product of performance index of working capital management and working capital utilization index. This formula was used in the present study to arrive at the efficiency index of the selected companies. In this study, The performance index of each of the companies was ascertained by applying the following formula. This formula, sir. And the next, utilization index is calculated by using this formula. And for the purpose of analyzing the performance index of the working capital management, working capital utilization and efficiency index of working capital, and simple statistical tools like arithmetic mean, consistency coefficient, that is ratio of arithmetic mean to standard deviation, statistical techniques like linear trend analysis, analysis of Kendall coefficient of concordance, and statistical tests like t-test and chi-square test was applied at appropriate places. This table denotes the performance index of working capital management of the 5 companies, and this table shows the utilization index of the 5 companies, and this shows the efficiency index, means the product between the multiply between the efficiency index and performance index. And this table shows the uniformity among the selected parameter of the working capital efficiency index. And the conclusion of my study is the Berger Paints established itself as the best performer among the selected companies in the Indian painting sector in respect of performance index of working capital management, while Akzo Nobel and Indigo Paints were placed on the last bench. And the second one is Asian Paint was recognized as the best performer among the companies under study in respect of efficient utilization of current asset, whereas Kansai Nerolac was placed in the last rank during the study period. And no significant rising or downward trend in the efficiency of utilization of current asset in any of the selected companies was observed. And the third conclusion is Asian Paints proved itself as the best performer among the 5 selected companies in Indian paint sector in respect of efficiency in managing working capital, and it was followed by Berger Paints, Nerolac, Indigo Paints, and Akzo Nobel respectively. Another notable outcome of the study is that a notable degree of uniformity among the selected company in respect of all 3 selected aspects of working capital was observed in this study. And these are the references, sir, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rupesh, for your nice presentation. It seems actually that it is a case study kind of research. So
Yes,
is there any reason for selecting these 4 companies?
No, sir, no work has been done previously on these companies, sir. That's why I have chosen this companies, sir.
Is there any basis actually for choosing these particular samples?
Yes, sir, according to market capitalization. I have chosen according to market capitalization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Sahin Sahari. Are you there?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে?
Yeah. Please.
আচ্ছা, ওকে, একটু সময় দিন।
Hello. Yeah, please start, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir, respected chairperson, and all the other organizers. At first, I thank this institution to give me an opportunity to present my presentation. And my presentation title is An Analysis of Twitter Data to Determine Public Sentiment Towards the Leading EdTech Startups in Higher Secondary Level. এবার একটা কথা বলে রাখা দরকার প্রথমেই, যে রিসেন্টলি কোভিডের কথা যদি আমরা বলি, যে আফটার প্যান্ডামিক বা ডিউরিং দ্য প্যান্ডামিক এডুকেশনাল টেকনোলজি রিলেটেড যে এডটেকের যে স্টার্টআপটা, সেটা সিগনিফিকেন্টলি আমরা এই রিসেন্ট কিছু ইয়ারে কিন্তু আমরা একটা ইম্প্যাক্টফুলি একটা গ্রোথ আমরা দেখতে পেয়েছি, এবং স্পেশালি সেটা আবার হায়ার সেকেন্ডারি লেভেল। এবং এর মধ্যে আর কি কিছু লিডিং এডটেক স্টার্টআপ সামনে এগিয়ে এসেছে, যেগুলো আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ান স্টার্টআপ, যেমন এর মধ্যে বাইজুস আছে, আন একাডেমি রয়েছে, এবং ফিজিক্সওয়ালা রয়েছে। পাশাপাশি কিছু সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্ম বা টুলও আছে, যেখানে এইগুলোর প্রতি আর কি, বা এই প্ল্যাটফর্মগুলোর প্রতি আর কি পাবলিক তাদের ওপিনিয়ন বা তাদের এক্সপিরিয়েন্স শেয়ারও করে থাকেন আর কি। যেগুলো এই কোম্পানিগুলোর প্রতি আর কি একটা পাবলিক ওপিনিয়ন বা একটা পাবলিক এক্সপোজার বলা যায়, যে মানে বোঝা যায় বা উপলব্ধি করা যায় সেন্টিমেন্ট রূপে। তো এই সংক্রান্ত আমরা মূলত মোট টোটাল 7খানা স্টাডিকে আমরা রিভিউ করি, যার মধ্যে 3টে স্টাডি হচ্ছে সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া রিলেটেড এবং 4টে স্টাডি হচ্ছে এডটেক স্টার্টআপ রিলেটেড। এবার এই 7টে স্টাডিকে রিভিউ করার পরে আমরা যেটা পাই, যেটা গ্যাপ পেয়েছি, সেই জায়গাটাতে আমরা আমাদের কাজটাকে আর কি অ্যানালিসিস অফ টুইটার ডেটা টু ডিটারমাইন পাবলিক সেন্টিমেন্ট টুয়ার্ডস দ্য লিডিং এডটেক স্টার্টআপ ইন হায়ার সেকেন্ডারি লেভেল রূপে আমরা কাজটা করেছি সংক্ষিপ্তভাবে। এবং কাজটা করতে গিয়ে 3টে অবজেক্টিভসকে আমরা ফলো করেছি, যেখানে প্রথম অবজেক্টিভ ছিল যে ওভারঅল পাবলিক সেন্টিমেন্ট কি আছে সেটাকে ডিটারমাইন করা এই সমস্ত এডটেক স্টার্টআপের জন্য, এবং অ্যাফেক্টিং ফ্যাক্টরগুলো কি আছে যা সেন্টিমেন্টকে অ্যাফেক্ট করছে সেগুলোকে আইডেন্টিফাই করা, এবং এই এডটেক স্টার্টআপের জন্য পাবলিক সেন্টিমেন্টের যে লেভেলটা আছে সেগুলোকে কম্পেয়ার করে দেখা। এবার কাজটা মূলত আমরা কোয়ালিটেটিভ অ্যাপ্রোচে করেছি, যেখানে আমরা পাইথন প্রোগ্রামিং ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজের হেল্প নিয়েছি সেন্টিমেন্ট অ্যানালিসিস করার জন্য, এবং টুইটার থেকে আমরা স্পেসিফিক কিওয়ার্ডসগুলোকে অ্যাজ এ ডেটা আমরা নিয়েছি, এবং অ্যানালাইসিস করার জন্য আমরা পাইথনের টেক্সট ব্লক লাইব্রেরিটাকে ইউজ করেছি, এবং পাশাপাশি থিমেটিক অ্যানালিসিসটাকেও ইউজ করেছি। এবং এটার জন্য আমরা মূলত 1000টা টুইটকে কিন্তু আমরা অ্যানালাইজ করেছি। এখানে আমরা অবজেক্টিভ 1 এবং অবজেক্টিভ 3 ডেটা অ্যানালাইসিসটাকে দেখানোর চেষ্টা করেছি, যেখানে দুটো স্টার্টআপের আমরা সেন্টিমেন্ট নেগেটিভ পেয়েছি এবং একটা স্টার্টআপের সেন্টিমেন্ট আমরা মোটামুটি পজিটিভ পেয়েছি। এবং অবজেক্টিভ 2 এ যেখানে আমরা তাদের সেন্টিমেন্টটাকে কোন ফ্যাক্টরগুলো এফেক্ট করছে তার যে ফ্যাক্টরগুলোর স্ট্যাটাসটা দেখিয়েছি, সেখানে আমরা রেপুটেশন এবং অ্যাফোর্ডেবিলিটির কম্পোনেন্টস আমরা বেশি মাত্রায় পেয়েছি আর কি থিমেটিক অ্যানালিসিসে। তো সর্বোপরি যেটা হয়েছে অবজেক্টিভ 1 এ যেটা আমরা ফাইন্ডিংস পেয়েছি সেটা হচ্ছে যে মেজরিটি রেসপন্ডেন্ট যারা ছিল তারা তাদের সেন্টিমেন্টটাকে প্রোডাক্ট এবং সার্ভিসের উপর ভিত্তি করে তারা এক্সপ্রেস বেশি করছেন, এবং পজিটিভ সেন্টিমেন্ট হাইলি মাত্রায় রয়েছে ফিজিক্সওয়ালা স্টার্টআপের জন্য। অবজেক্টিভ 2 এর যেটা ফাইন্ডিংস আমরা পেয়েছি যে তারা প্রোডাক্টের কোয়ালিটি, সার্ভিস এবং প্রাইসিং এবং অ্যাফোর্ডেবিলিটিকে অ্যাজ এ ফ্যাক্টর তারা বেশি দায়ী করছেন আর কি তাদের সেন্টিমেন্টের জন্য, বা আমরা সেটা পাচ্ছি। এবং অবজেক্টিভ 3 যেটা ফাইন্ডিংস সেখানে আমরা এটা পেয়েছি যে ফিজিক্সওয়ালার সেন্টিমেন্ট সব থেকে বেশি হাই রয়েছে 3টে স্টার্টআপের মধ্যে, এবং বাকি দুটো স্টার্টআপে একটা মিক্স বা নেগেটিভ সেন্টিমেন্টের জায়গা আমরা দেখতে পেয়েছি। শেষে এইটুকুই বলবো যে এই সমস্ত জায়গাগুলোকে যদি কোম্পানিগুলো যদি মোটামুটি করে তারা ফোকাস করে, যে যে জায়গাগুলোকে পাবলিক সেন্টিমেন্টই নেগেটিভ হয়তো তারা পাবলিক এক্সপ্রেস করছে, তাহলে সেইগুলোকে হয়তো তারা অনেকটা কাটিয়ে এসে হয়তো তারা সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে আসতে পারবে। এবং সর্বোপরি এখানে কিছু রেফারেন্সেস যেগুলোকে আমি আমার স্টাডিতে অ্যাজ এ সোর্স বিভিন্ন জায়গায় আমি ইউজ করেছি। এবং সবশেষে থ্যাংক ইউ ফর ইউর ভ্যালুয়েবল কোঅপারেশন।
Thank you, Shahin, for your nice presentation. Can you say something about, say, how to measure the public sentiment in your study?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, একদম স্যার। আসলে এটার জন্য আমি পাইথনের টেক্সট ব্লক লাইব্রেরিটাকে ইউজ করেছিলাম স্যার, এবং পাইথনের যে প্রোগ্রামিং ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ সেটাকে আর কি। এখানে ধরে নিন নর্মালি কেমন হয়, আমি হয়তো একটা কথা বললাম যেখানে আমি বলছি সে খুব ভালো ছেলে কিন্তু সে তার কাজ ঠিক মতন করে না। এবার সেন্টিমেন্ট অ্যানালিসিসে কি করে, পার্টিকুলার এই টেক্সটেই সেন্টিমেন্টের লেভেলটাকে জাজ করে এবং দুটো মাত্রায় সেটা করে, সেখানে পোলারিটি লেভেল কত আছে আর সাবজেক্টিভিটি কত আছে। এবার এই পোলারিটি যদি লেভেল যদি মাইনাসের কাছাকাছি যায় তাহলে ধরা হবে নেগেটিভ, এবং পোলারিটি লেভেল যদি মাইনাসের ওপরে উঠতে শুরু করে 0.0 সামথিং এর উপরে যেতে শুরু করে তাহলে সেটা পজিটিভ ধরা হবে। আর বাকি সাবজেক্টিভিটির থ্রুতে কি হয় যে কথার মধ্যে কতটা সে এক্সপ্লেনেশন বা সে ব্যাখ্যাটা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছে সেটাই আর কি।
না, এতে কি কোনো ডাইমেনশন নিয়েছিলেন যখন ধরুন প্রাইমারি ডেটা কালেক্ট করেছেন?
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
তো তাতে কি কিছু ডাইমেনশন ওয়াইজ ডিভাইড করা ছিল ওই?
একদম স্যার আমি ওই সমস্ত, এবার এটাও একটা লিমিটেশন হতে পারে স্টাডির, কিন্তু আমি ওই সমস্ত টুইটগুলোকেই টার্গেট করেছিলাম যে টুইটগুলো আমার সেখানে মনে হয়েছে যে এইগুলো প্যারেন্টসদের টুইট, এবং সেইগুলোকে এই সমস্ত স্টার্টআপগুলো কিন্তু তারা রিপ্লাই করেছে, এবং নিশ্চয়ই তারা তাদের জন্য ভ্যালুয়েবল কাস্টমার বা ভ্যালুয়েবল নিশ্চয়ই রেসপন্ডার আছে যার জন্য তারা রিপ্লাইও করেছে আর কি। এটা আমি একটা প্যারামিটার নিয়েছিলাম স্যার ওনাদেরকে ওই টুইটগুলোকে জাজ করার জন্য।
ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you, Shahin.
Thank you, sir.
And next, Mrinmoy Bhanjo is not there.
So, excuse me, actually, for another assignment, I need to join to your university.
Actually, sir has some other assignment. I will continue the session.
That's why I request.
So, sir have to leave.
Dr. Sunil to continue this session.
Okay.
Thank you.
ठीक है sir. Thank you very much, sir. এক মিনিট স্যার।
স্যার আমার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার? সরি ফর দ্য ইন্টারাপশন। হ্যালো স্যার।
বলুন, ঠিক আছে,
হ্যাঁ
থ্যাংক ইউ।
স্যার, বলছিলাম মিনময় ভঞ্জ বলে যিনি পার্টিসিপেন্ট ছিলেন না, উনি মনে হয় ওখানে হয়তো অফলাইনে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, পেয়ে গেছি ওনাকে, পেয়ে গেছি।
ওকে স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ।
ওকে, সো প্লিজ কাম। প্লিজ স্টার্ট। কই এই জয়েন করান। Science Hari, please, can you stop presenting?
ইয়েস স্যার, ইয়েস স্যার, সরি স্যার, সরি।
স্যার গেছে এখন। অন্য লিঙ্ক দিয়েছেন তো ঠিক আছে, জয়েন করছি। স্যার ওই গ্রুপটা থেকে হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ স্যার, ওইটাই তো করছে।
Start.
আর ওইজন স্যার শেয়ার করা আছে মনে হয়।
হ্যালো, প্রথমে আমি এগরা কলেজ এবং কন্টাই পিকে কলেজকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই, কারণ আমাকে এত সুন্দর একটা পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশন করতে দেওয়ার জন্য এখানে সুযোগ দেওয়া হয়েছে। আজকে আমার পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশনের টাইটেল হচ্ছে অ্যাসেসিং দ্য রিলেভেন্স অফ টেকনোলজি ইন এডুকেশন ইন দ্য কারেন্ট এডুকেশন সিস্টেম বেসড অন এনইপি 2020 রেকমেন্ডেশন। ইন্ট্রোডাকশন। আমরা দেখে এসেছি শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে টেকনোলজির গুরুত্ব কতটা। বর্তমান দিনে দেখছি এবং কিছুদিন আগে যে প্যান্ডামিক সিচুয়েশন গেল করোনার সময়, তখনও কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি যে করোনার গুরুত্ব কতটা আমাদের শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে বলা যাক, ম্যানেজমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে বলা যাক, বিজনেসের ক্ষেত্রে, সব জায়গাতে অতিরিক্ত পরিমাণে কিন্তু আমাদের শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু টেকনোলজির গুরুত্ব কিন্তু যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে ছিল। তাই টেকনোলজির গুরুত্ব এনইপি 2020 যে সুপারিশ দিয়েছে ওইখানে তা কতটা প্রভাব ফেলতে পারে বা সেইখান থেকে আমরা কতটা পরিমাণে শিখতে পারবো, সেই যে মূল্যায়ন করার জন্য আমার রিসার্চ অবজেক্টিভ, আমি এগুলো অনুধাবন করে রিসার্চ অবজেক্টিভ এখানে দুটো নিয়েছি। প্রথম রিসার্চ অবজেক্টিভ হচ্ছে এনইপি 2020 সুপারিশের উপর নির্ভর করে শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে প্রযুক্তির ব্যবহার ও মূল্যায়ন করা এবং স্টুডেন্টস আউটকাম এবং টিচার্সের এফেক্টিভনেস কতটা আছে তা খুঁজে বার করা। অবজেক্টিভ নম্বর 2, বর্তমান প্রেক্ষাপটে শিক্ষার্থীর চাহিদার উপর নির্ভর করে প্রযুক্তিবিদ্যা কতটা সুবিধা ও সীমাবদ্ধতা আছে তা খুঁজে বের করার চেষ্টা করেছি। রিসার্চ মেথোডোলজি, এটা মূলত কোয়ালিটেটিভ নেচারে রিসার্চ করা হয়েছে। এর জন্য আমি যে সমস্ত সোর্স ফলো করেছি তার মধ্যে হচ্ছে রিভিউ অফ দ্য পেপার, রিসার্চ জার্নাল, ই বুক এবং গভর্নমেন্ট রিপোর্ট, এই সমস্ত সোর্স আমি ফলো করেছি। ফাইন্ডিংস অফ দ্য স্টাডি, অবজেক্টিভ 1 এর বেসিসে যেটা ফাইন্ডিংস আমি পেয়েছি, এই গবেষণা থেকে দেখতে পেলাম যে স্টুডেন্টস এবং টিচারের উভয়ের প্রযুক্তিবিদ্যা সম্পর্কে প্রেরণা বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে এবং প্রযুক্তিবিদ্যার বিস্তার সম্পর্কে আয়ত্ত করার সুযোগ পেয়েছে। এছাড়াও বিভিন্ন সুপরিকল্পিত বা ম্যানেজমেন্টের মাধ্যমে তারা কাজ করতে পেরেছেন। ফাইন্ডিংস অবজেক্টিভ নম্বর 2, এই গবেষণা থেকে দেখতে পেলাম আমরা শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলি প্রযুক্তিবিদ্যায় করতে সক্ষম হয়েছে, প্রযুক্তিবিদ্যাকে কাজে লাগাতে, এবং নানা ধরনের সমস্যাও ফেস করেছে, যেমন ইলেকট্রিক সব জায়গাতে নেই, প্রবলেম হয়েছে, ইকোনমিক্যাল প্রবলেম, তারপরে নানান ধরনের ডিজিটাল ডিভাইসের প্রবলেম। সর্বশেষ আমরা বলতে পারি এই যে টেকনোলজির যে বর্তমান গুরুত্বটা, আমরা যেটা এনইপি 2020 যেটা সুপারিশ আছে সেটাকে কাজে লাগিয়ে নিচু স্তর থেকে শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাটাকে, মানটাকে আরো শক্তিশালী করে তোলার কাজ করব। এখানে প্রধানত রেফারেন্স হিসাবে দেখিয়েছি, আমি যেসব সোর্স নিয়েছি সেখান থেকে মূলত এই রেফারেন্স দেখিয়েছি। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you very much. I have one question. Can you tell me that is our infrastructure is ready to adopt NEP 2020? Do you think that? মানে you are working on it. তো আপনার কি মনে হচ্ছে যে আমাদের কলেজের যে ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার রয়েছে মানে ইন ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল, দ্যাট ইজ রেডি টু?
স্যার এগরা কলেজের কথা বলছেন না ওভারঅল কলেজে?
অল ওভার ইন ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল।
আমি যদিও এগরা কলেজ দেখিনি, তো অল ওভার কলেজ আমি বেলদা কলেজ, ওইদিকে কাশমুলি কলেজ দেখেছি। আগের তুলনায় তুলনামূলকভাবে বর্তমান দিন কিন্তু অনেকটা এগিয়ে গেছে। প্রত্যেকটা ক্লাসরুমে গেলে আমরা ডিজিটালের প্রজেক্টটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। তারপরে এখন এই যে আজকে যে ব্যান্ডেড মুডে যে টিচিং, এই যে সেমিনারটা হচ্ছে, কনফারেন্সটা, এটা কিন্তু ব্যান্ডেড মুড। স্যার এটা বিদেশে থেকে কিন্তু আমাদের এইখানে পার্টিসিপেট করছেন, আমাদেরকে শিক্ষা দিচ্ছেন, আমরা কিন্তু শিখছি। যিনারা স্যারেরা আসতে পারেননি, অনেক পার্টিসিপেন্ট আসতে পারেননি, ইনারাও কিন্তু ব্যান্ডেডের মাধ্যমে এই টেকনোলজির সুবিধার ফলে কিন্তু এটা করতে পারছি।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ,
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার,
থ্যাংক ইউ। নেক্সট ইজ সঞ্চিতা দাস. Sanchita Das is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Impact of COVID-19 on education, its subsequent challenges and possible solution in relevance of online education. Please. हाँ ये कर दो.
স্যার দেখা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ইয়েস প্লিজ কন্টিনিউ।
প্রথমে আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাই এগরা সারদা শশীভূষণ কলেজ ও কাঁথি প্রভাত কুমার কলেজকে আমার উপস্থাপনের বিষয়টিকে গ্রহণ করার জন্য এবং আমাকে বিষয়টি উপস্থাপন করার সুযোগ করে দেওয়ার জন্য। আমি সঞ্চিতা দাস, স্কুল ডিগ্রি টিচার ট্রেনিং ইনস্টিটিউট অফ হায়ার স্টাডিজের ছাত্র। আজকে আমার উপস্থাপনের বিষয়টির নাম হলো শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে কোভিড-19 প্রভাবের ফলে পরবর্তী চ্যালেঞ্জসমূহ এবং তার সম্ভাব্য সমাধান এবং অনলাইন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থার প্রাসঙ্গিকতার উদ্দেশ্য। প্রথমে আমরা চলে আসবো ইন্ট্রোডাকশনের প্রথমে বলা হয়েছে করোনার ভয়াবহতা যেমন অর্থনৈতিক, সামাজিক এবং রাজনৈতিক, এছাড়াও বিভিন্ন দিকে যেমন তার প্রভাব ফেলেছে, ঠিক একই রকম ভাবে শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রেও সে ব্যাপক আকার ধারণ করেছে। সেকেন্ড পয়েন্টে বলা হয়েছে কোভিড-19 প্রভাবে শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা মূলত হয়ে উঠেছিল প্রযুক্তি নির্ভর। আগে যে গতানুগতিক শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা ছিল, যেটা অফলাইন, সেটা বর্তমান সেটা তখন কোভিড-19 সময় হয়ে উঠেছিল সেটা প্রযুক্তি নির্ভর। অবজেক্টিভসে বলা হয়েছে টু এক্সামিন অবজেক্টিভসে বলা হয়েছে কোভিড-19 মহামারীর কারণে দীর্ঘদিন যে স্কুল বন্ধ ছিল, তো সে কারণে আমাদের শিক্ষাক্ষেত্রে কিছুটা ঘাটতি রয়ে গেছে। সেই সব ঘাটতিগুলি পূরণের জন্য কিছু চ্যালেঞ্জের সম্মুখীন আমরা হয়েছি এবং তা পরীক্ষাও করা হয়েছে। সেকেন্ড পয়েন্টে প্রযুক্তিভিত্তিক শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থায় ব্যবহার করা যেতে পারে এমন কৌশল এবং ব্যবস্থাপনার পদ্ধতিগুলি শনাক্ত করার জন্য অনুসন্ধান করা হয়েছে। রিসার্চ ম্যাথোডোলজি বলা হয়েছে সবচেয়ে সেরা পদ্ধতি ব্যবহার করে একটি গুণগত গবেষণা পদ্ধতির ডিজাইন বা নকশা সেটি গবেষক দ্বারা ব্যবহার করা হয়েছিল এবং এই অধ্যয়নটি সম্পূর্ণরূপে প্রাথমিক এবং গৌণ ডেটা বা তথ্যের উপর ভিত্তি করে তৈরি করা হয়েছে, যেমন গভর্নমেন্ট জার্নাল, রিপোর্ট, নিউজ আর্টিকেল এবং প্রাপ্ত ডেটা বা তথ্য অনুসন্ধানমূলক বিশ্লেষণ পদ্ধতি দ্বারা বিশ্লেষণ করা হয়। ফাইন্ডিং অফ স্টাডিতে আমরা পেয়েছি গবেষণাপত্রে কোভিড-19 মহামারী চলাকালীন স্কুল বন্ধের কারণে শিক্ষাগত ঘাটতি কাটিয়ে ওঠার জন্য একটি সমন্বিত প্রচেষ্টার প্রয়োজনীয়তার উপর জোর দেয় এবং অধ্যয়নটি কার্যকর কৌশল বাস্তবায়নের গুরুত্ব তুলে ধরে, যা শিক্ষাগত সমতাকে উন্নত করে এবং নিশ্চিত করে যে সমস্ত শিক্ষার্থীর মানসম্পন্ন শিক্ষার অ্যাক্সেস রয়েছে। কনক্লুশনে বলা হয়েছে এই গবেষণাপত্রটি শিক্ষাবিদদের জন্য একটি কার্যকর ভূমিকা পালন করবে, যা পরবর্তীকালে নানা রকম প্যান্ডামিক সিচুয়েশনে তার সেই মহামারীর প্রভাব বুঝতে এবং সংকটে তার প্রতিক্রিয়া জানাতে সচেষ্ট হবে এবং তার সম্ভাব্য সমাধান হিসেবে তুলে ধরবে। আমার বিষয়টির নানা রকম তথ্য বিষয়টিকে সঠিকভাবে উপস্থাপনের জন্য আমি যেসব গ্রন্থপুঞ্জের সহায়তা নিয়েছি তা এখানে লিপিবদ্ধ করা হয়েছে। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Okay, thank you. I think others are not there. Aditi Roy or Mandira De, are you there? Okay, I think they are not there. So with this, I'm concluding the session, and I would like to thank all the participants and paper presenter who have presented their paper in a very good manner, in awesome manner. So thank you very much all of you for being with us, and with this I'm concluding the session. Thank you.
Sir,
okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Anyone
sir?
is there? Yeah.
Sir, here I'm Dhananjay Ghosh.
Oh,
Sir.
Dhananjay Ghosh. Yeah. Are you there? Okay, then start your
Yes, sir,
presentation. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Here I am Dhananjay Ghosh, and today I will present my study on. Is it audible to everyone, sir?
Yeah, audible. And you can share your presentation.
Hello, sir.
Dhananjay, am I audible?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. So actually, I'm facing some problem to share my screen actually.
Okay, then just you can verbally present your paper.
Okay, sir. Today I will thank you everyone, and today I will present my study on post-COVID-19 challenges on Indian travel and tourism sector. So here my co-author is here. I am Dhananjay Ghosh. I am from Bardhaman University, MBA pass out student. My co-author is Dr. Nirmal Chandra Roy, Assistant Professor of Bardhaman University, and Assistant Professor of Bardhaman University. Today I will start my introduction phase with a little definition of travel and tourism sector. Travel and tourism is a social, economic, and cultural phenomenon where people travel from one place to another place for recreation, enjoyment, and many other things. And actually, travel and tourism sector has a huge impact on every country's GDP, and India is not except from it. as per various reports, we've seen that 7% GDP actually contributed by travel and tourism sector, and approximately 12% employment also created by this industry. But during COVID-19 phase, is actually faced huge losses, and the post-pandemic period is still traveling through various problems with various problems. So there is a need of study on this topic. So here we studied on this topic, and let's start with the literature review, but skipping this part for limited time slot. Let's move to the objectives part. There we clearly define two objectives. One is to study the challenges faced by the travel and tourism sector in India during post-pandemic or post-COVID-19 phases, and second is to provide some suggestion or solution to overcome these challenges in travel and tourism sector. This study is basically descriptive in nature, and here we use secondary data, which is actually available in various reports, news articles, and government reports, blogs, and etc. So let's move to the challenges phases here. Through the rigorous study of the various articles and reports and literature review, here we find out 7 challenges that are actually growth in inflation rate, which it actually impact travel and tourism a lot, because inflation rate gradually increases the price of everything, which actually make the actually decreases the demand of the travel and tourism sector. Next is declining employee morale, because during the COVID-19 phases, they actually working with the less employee strength. Now, with the growing demand of travel and tourism, it actually create a mental pressure on the existing travel and existing employees of the travel and tourism employees. Now, third is the financial crisis. During COVID-19 phase, the faces a huge loss, and now to meet the infrastructure development and many other things, they need huge fund, which is actually not available not at that time. And another challenges are increasing cost of the travel and tourism, strict COVID policies, and huge digital transformation that actually seen recent times in the payment and booking and many other things. And changing pattern of the travel tourism is now a challenge in the travel and tourism sector, because after COVID, it is seen that in various reported that customers or tourists are interested to go short trips and less congested area with strict COVID policies. These are the recent trend. So it is actually challenging part of travel and tourism sector. So uh, concentrate on these challenges. Here we try to provide some solution that actually help the travel and tourism sector. Now, here the travel and tourism company can offer pocket-friendly packages, so that we can cope up with the inflation rate and can create a recreation offer for the existing or potential customer. Plan and implement sound policies that actually need from the government government part. And here we can redesign and readjust the post-COVID protocols, so that can motivate the international and the foreign tourists to travel India and other part of the India also. Here we need also feel there is a need of taking care of the existing employees also. Here also we have to take care of the changing pattern of the travel and tourism also. More G20 like diplomatic initiatives should also be taken, and direct help to the travel airline industry is also needed, because there is an increasing rate or cost of the travel and tourism is seen in the recent times. Upgradation and adaptation of digital technology is also needed. More PPT model like work is needed. Easy visa policy for the tourists is also needed. We think that good employee care
Okay,
is
kindly
also needed
conclude.
for this.
Dhananjay, kindly conclude.
Okay, sorry. Now we think that this study is very important from the perspectives from the perspectives and potentiality of the travel and tourism sector. So we think that our study will help a lot to the government and travel and tourism sector to help and to implement their policy and to figure out the recent challenges and their solution also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dhananjay, for your nice presentation. Dhananjay, can you tell me what is the contribution of tourism sector in our GDP? Actually, I want to know.
7%. Approximately before 2019, it was 7%. Now it is approximately 5.8 as per my
Okay, okay,
research.
okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Dhananjay, next is Aditi Roy. Aditi,
Yes, sir. Good afternoon,
yeah,
sir.
please continue. Start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Just.
Aditi, please start.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Aditi, is there any problem? Am I audible, Aditi? Please reply. Aditi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, just a minute, sir. I'm some traveling issue, sir.
Oh, you are on the way.
No, sir. I'm reached, but just reached, and I am hitting the screen, sir.
Okay, okay.
Just a minute, sir.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Yeah, Aditi, you are visible. Yeah, your presentation is visible. Please start. তাহলে Aditi, Aditi, please start. Aditi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start
Yes,
and
yes.
conclude
Sorry,
within
sir.
5 minutes, okay?
I'm facing. Yes, sir. I'm facing something very great, sir. Okay.
Aditi, please start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I visible,
Yeah,
sir?
yeah, yeah, audible and visible too.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Today, my topic is good afternoon, everyone. I am Aditi Roy. Today I am sharing with you the topic work-life balance of female teachers in education institution in West Bengal. my study is a phenomenological study. Now, we all are know that today education institution is the most prominent and most demanding institution all over the world due to its some working hour, positive working hour and working schedule. So now my studies which I am presenting the work-life balance of women teachers who are working in different type of institution, education institution in higher institutes like university and colleges. So first of all, work-life balance means balancing both work and their personal life equally, so that they can equally accomplish their private and their working life together. So work life means the life where working women are equally balance their life. Work life means indicating the equilibrium between an individual person and professional life, and also it denotes that it is a priority and manage both their career life as well as their personal life, so that they enjoy their leisure time. And also it indicates that the aspects of maintaining their physical and mental well-being, so that they can easily accomplish their work culture as well as their family culture. There are some literature review which I got from different type of source and different types of journals, that there are different type of factors which are hampered in their work-life balance. There are some factors which I show that in one study there are long working hours which also hampered their working life balance, where we show that work-life conflict in long working due to long working hour, participants do not effectively working their organization and they face some trouble. And second study we show that there are some limited child care, as a woman she might be a mother. So there we saw that many organizations there are no as such child care facility, so they face some challenges. And third one is lack of me time, lack of self time. Employers can encourage for their self care and regulate their break free practices, so that they are level a stress free life. But there is no such whereas some people facing some trouble with this. And fourth one is the support from colleges and administration. As we all talk about that there are 21st centuries, but there is some male and female discrimination. They are not recognized as well as male or female. So there is some hindrance, or there is some factors which hamper their work life. And fourth one is compensation and benefits. Women are facing in workplace harassment, gender inequality, and inflexible timing, lack of maternity benefit, and lack of other all different type of problems they face. And all such factors are hampered their work-life balance. And third one, in next slide, I show my objective, which I want to study that to explore the factor which affect work-life balance of female teachers in higher education institution in West Bengal based on their life experience. As I mentioned in my title that my study is phenomenological study, so life experience is most important in this study. And second one is to discover how the identified factors affect the performance of female teachers in personal and professional life. And third one in my objective is to understand the strategies adopted by female teachers towards the management of personal and professional life. This is all my objective which I want to study, and I explore all these factors. And fourth one is methodology. Fourth slide is methodology, which I taken for my study is phenomenological study. We all know that phenomenological study means that which help to understand the meaning and life experience and essence of experience of the people who are my respondent, and I want to know about their experience, about their feelings, about their um, different type of opinion about their work culture. And phenomenological research involves in-depth interview or focus group discussion with participants who have experienced a particular phenomenon. And the aim of this methodology is to develop to understand participant experience and perspective of any particular events or phenomena. And the goal of phenomenological research, which we develop to reach
and deep understanding of the subjective experience of individuals and groups, and to gain insight into the meaning and value that shape those all experiences. And my all also this methodology I taken sample respondents which are in use in phenomenological studies between 10 to 3 to 10, and sample size is 28, which is essential for phenomenological study. And focus group interview and in-depth interview was conducted for female teacher, and I supposed to take in the participant which are working at state universities and colleges, and it excluded the private institution also. And different type of narrative description also used in my research. And analysis part shows that the data obtained through interview and focus group was transcribed manually using both verbatim and non-verbatim methods. And also the interviewers was thoroughly analyzed using 13 codes words which represent aspects of relating to work-life balance. And the code were predetermined on the basis of previous literature review. And the description of the themes identified narrative which is analyzed, and the interpretation is capturing in the essence of central ideas and my aim. And in conclusion part, it is seen that achieving work-life balance is essential for female employees which are working in different education institutions. It will increase if we offer flexible working time, providing support for caregiving, and also maintaining workload and encourage self-care. Employee can create or give a positive energy and give more support and empowering workplace culture also. It also helpful for women for balancing both private and professional life also. And it also try to explore different type of objective and factors which also affect or hamper their lives and day-to-day working life. And it's by the all these factor we maybe find the work-life balance of women who are working or engaging in different type of education institution and different type of working field like a teaching profession. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Aditi, for your very good presentation on work-life balance. So, I think you are working somewhere. You told me that somewhere you are working. So, are you balancing your work and life?
Yes, sir, I'm trying, but sometimes it's facing problem also.
Okay, okay, thank you. So with this, I'm concluding the session. Thank you very much, all the presenters. And within 5 minutes, we will start our next session of presentation of science and other science subjects. So please, those who have already presented, they may stay with the meeting or they may leave. Okay? Thank you. ঠিক আছে হোক হোক সবাই বেরিয়ে গেছে সবাই চলে যাচ্ছে ঠিক আছে হোক স্যার হয়ে গেছে থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার থ্যাংক ইউ হ্যাঁ hello so we have another session of paper presentation. So today we have with us Dr. Kalipodo Maiti, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mukberia Gangadhar Mahavidyalaya. So I request sir to please come on dais, sir. Actually, I hear a lot about sir. He has already published a few books and my Facebook friend is also. Sir, please sir, have a seat, sir. Yes, sir, please. And I request our reception member to felicitate our sir by presenting flower bouquet, uttorio and memento. And I request our convener of ICSTM 2023 to present the memento as a token of love to Kalipodo Babu. In this session, Dr. Kalipodo Maiti will chair the presentation session, and the co-chairperson of this session will be Dr. Arindam Roy. I request sir, please to come on dais. And next co-chairperson of the session, Dr. Deepak Kumar Hajra, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, Egra SSB College. Please come on dais, sir. And next I request Dr. Choyan Ranjit, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Egra SSB College, to act as co-chairperson of the session. So
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Aditi?
Actually, we the online participant are not able to see. So can you please on the camera of SSB College?
Okay, just a minute. Okay, just a minute, Rupa, you will be able to see. Okay. Now I am handing over the session to the chairperson of the session. Please, sir, over to you.
Thank you. At first, I thanks to Egra Shashi Bhusan College for calling me and give me a chance as a chairperson in this technical session. In the International Conference of Science, Technology and Management, already occurring 25 April, and today is the last technical part, second day. Kunta? Aage online. First, we are gathering here for watching the online session. The first paper, decision making in two-layer supply chain with double fuzzy set, Mr. Biswajit Roy. Please, Biswajit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, is my screen visible to all?
Within 5 minutes, you are presenting your paper. You just present your object and what is new in your paper, and last conclusion and reference.
Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Biswajit Roy, Research Scholar of Department of Mathematics in Midnapur College under Vidyas University. My research field is fuzzy set theory and its application in supply chain problems. Firstly, I am grateful to the organizer committee of ICSTM 2023 for giving me such an opportunity to present my article in this platform. My article title is Decision Making in Two-Layer Supply Chain Without Fuzzy Set. These are the outlines of my presentations. These outlines contain many many points, but due to less time, I only represent the main points. In this article, we discuss the application of doubt fuzzy set in a pollution-sensitive economic production quantity model. Here we study some doubtful situations like proper, harmful, depressive, and confident based on the human decision-making behavior of a lifelong inventory process. Secondly, we construct a two-layer supply chain model of profit maximization problem with backlogging. In fact, in supply chain, there exists so many processes of uncertainty due to doubts or managerial decision making. These doubts are basically coming from the actual quantity to be ordered and the back order quantity in a specific cycle time. Therefore, we considering the several doubt fuzzy sets in order quantity, we construct a doubt fuzzy model by taking case study, then solve it with the help of a novel approach. These are the some literature review. I will skip this slide. From this, the main, this is the some preliminary definitions, the concept of our doubt fuzzy sets. We are intending to discuss some subset of complex and nucleoscopic set. Now to define the doubt fuzzy set, we may characterize each of the components of a nucleoscopic set in a complex domain of a rectangle. In particular, we proceed with only the tooth membership. All of you know that nucleoscopic fuzzy sets contains three membership functions. First is tooth membership function, second is membership of falsehood, and third is membership of indeterminacy. Only we discuss about the tooth membership function. This tooth membership function contains two parts. First part is sure part. In psychological aspect, sure part is called as optimism, and second part is suspect or suspicious part. In psychological view, we call this pessimism. And this membership function is in the form ux plus ivx, where I equals to the power minus 1, and the membership functions have two parts, ux and vx. All are we know that the membership value of a fuzzy set ranges between 0 to 1, but in the doubt fuzzy sets, the membership functions are ranges between the minus 1 to 1, and other two components of the nucleoscopic sets might also follow the same membership functions. Also, we define a new function m equals to vx by ux is called the power of opportunity functions of the doubt fuzzy set. This is the pictorial representations of the doubt fuzzy sets. When the since it is the complex fuzzy sets, when the theta ranges from 0 to pi by 2, this is called the proper doubt fuzzy sets, and when the theta ranges from pi by 2 to pi, and then it is called the harmful doubt fuzzy sets. It is from it's assumes the value, its membership function assumes the values minus u1x plus I v1x, and when the theta ranges between minus pi to minus pi by 2, then it is called the depressive doubt fuzzy sets, and when the theta assumes the value minus pi by 2 to pi, then it is called the confident doubt fuzzy sets. And it is this figure represents the nature of the power of difficulties in the doubt fuzzy sets. As we said before, m equals to vx by ux. This value represents the power of difficulties of the different doubt fuzzy sets, the proper doubt fuzzy sets, harmful doubt fuzzy sets, and depressive doubt fuzzy sets, and confident doubt fuzzy sets. These are the pictorial representations of the different doubt fuzzy sets as domain-wise choice of linear membership functions of the doubt fuzzy sets. The first figures represent the proper doubt fuzzy membership function, second figure represents the harmful doubt fuzzy membership function, third figure represents the depressive doubt fuzzy membership functions, and fourth figure represents the confident doubt fuzzy membership function. We skip the less important skip, and this is the these six figures represent the all possible of the learning experience of intelligent decision making. I say that the figure 4a contains the decision making learning starts with the confident doubts, after that proper doubts, and harmful doubts ends with the depressive doubts. Then in this similar manner, we construct the other 5 learning experience of the intelligent decision making, and then we introduce a new defuzzification rule of the doubt fuzzy sets, where it is used the ranking value. IR is the ranking value of the doubt fuzzy sets A, root over square root of index of ux the whole square and the index of the vx whole square divided by 2. And here the absolute index value of the doubt fuzzy sets, and pi equals to 1 minus m represents the power of opportunity or the test function, and m gives the positive fractional part, represents the power of difficulty for some the objective functions. These are the sum, and these tables represent the fitness of learning vector L star over the several doubt fuzzy sets. In our inventory management problem, there are two types of functions. One is cost functions or profit function. For first row represents the learning vectors in different doubt fuzzy system for the cost functions, and second row represents the learning vectors in different doubt fuzzy system for the profit functions. This is the optimal solution under the doubt fuzzy environment, where L1, L2, L3 are the 4 learning vectors in proper doubts, harmful doubts, depressive doubts, and confident doubts. With the help of the learning vectors, we optimize the objective functions, either it is profit functions or cost functions. These are the notation and assumptions further where we developed here the
Bishojit,
two-layer supply chain model. Yes, sir.
Bishojit, you tell what is the new in your paper. Already time is over.
Okay, sir. We developed an diagram of two-layer green supply chain model. Here it is the backlogging model. Here we take the actual order quantity and the shortage quantity as a doubt fuzzy sets. Doubt fuzzy sets. This is the CRIPS model, and this is the general fuzzy model. And main themes which is the new in our research problem, the formulation of doubt fuzzy mathematical model. Here we take the two parts of order quantity. First part is actual order quantity and second part is shortage quantity, and we construct a new function, new objective function W with the new pollution functions Y due to that order quantity, and U is the total pollution function due to the order quantity. And transportation, we only discuss the proper doubt fuzzy sets for the first complex domain plus where we take the order quantity as a doubt fuzzy sets in this form, and optimization problem under the doubt fuzzy problem is given below. And similarly, we can solve the doubt fuzzy sets for harmful, depressive, and confident cases.
Okay.
These are the case study.
Okay, Bishojit, when you add two fuzzy number, double fuzzy set, what is the method?
Double
fuzzy set.
Sir, double.
What is the procedure? What is the procedure to add the double fuzzy set?
Add, please, sir. Please again ask me.
You just learn EG operator. You just it is the part of EG operator of the fuzzy set. At first, in 2014, they are published EG operator in fuzzy set and system, just like a double fuzzy set.
Yes, double fuzzy sets is not. It is a doubt fuzzy sets. It is a extensions of a nutosopic fuzzy sets.
And Newtonian fuzzy set that it is like a EG operator. What way you can add two fuzzy number, two double fuzzy set?
It is if we take a backlog model. When we take a backlog model, there is two types of demand. We have two types of demand. When the demand, the production is starting, and
what
parameter
you just taken the fuzzy set, a double fuzzy set? What parameter in inventory control, inventory stock, demand, or production price?
Before I said saying that the order quantity, we take the order quantity as a doubt fuzzy set.
Only order quantity, okay?
Only order quantity.
Oh, okay. Please you state the case study. Tell.
Case study. In 2021 June, we visited the supermarket of Kharagpur, city of West Bengal. We collect from a raw data to study this model. This is the numerical. This first table contains the raw data collected from the case study, and we use the data to solve the optimal solution, to get the optimal solutions of the proposed model under KIPS, general fuzzy, and 4 doubt fuzzy cases. On the last table of the solution table, it is seen that for the case of confident doubt fuzzy set gets the base profit $11,787.89. And this is the graphical representations of the average inventory profit. And from this graphical representation, it is seen that the confident doubt fuzzy set gives the best results throughout the model. And this is the three-dimension figure for the supply chain profit under cycle time and order quantity for the harmful doubt system. It is seen that for the harmful doubt system, the profit makes near about $8,088. And this is the conclusions. This is the reference, and this is the published view of our articles. Thank you.
What journal? Please.
International Journal of System Science, Operational Logistics.
Terrell Francis. Okay. Already published the paper.
Already published the paper.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation. Any question for audience? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Kaushik Bhattacharya, a pollution sensitivity fuzzy EPQ model, indigenous relationship, reliability, and production deterioration based and log fuzzy game theoretical approach. A big title.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. First of all, I convey my respect to all dignitaries here, and I am feel proud to get such opportunity. This is my article name, a pollution sensitive fuzzy EPQ model with endogenous reliability and product deterioration under log fuzzy game theoretic approach. Here, and this is the abstract, and in this abstract, in this article, we construct a EPQ inventory model with production breakdown and deterioration, and the article is splitted in two scenarios. First scenario, there is no machinery failure during production runtime, and in scenario 2, there is a failure during production runtime. Then we optimize this model in two scenarios, and we fuzzyfy the model in scenario 2, and we consider production rate, demand rate, and all the cost parameters as log fuzzy numbers, which is invented by Dr. S.K. Dev in 2017. Then we convert it into a equivalent game problem, and then we some graph we have drawn, and the conclusion we have drawn. This is the preliminaries. Actually, this is the definition of triangular fuzzy sets and its defuzzification formula, and this is the actual log fuzzy set where this Fn and Gn are converging Cauchy sequence, which converges to some real numbers, 1 by k1 and 1 by k2. These k1 and k2 are called keys of the triangular fuzzy log set, and this is the defuzzification rule. Index value A 1 plus 1 by 4 sigma by k2 minus rho by k1. And this is our conventional concept of game theory, where two players are involved. Strategy of player 1 is considered U1, U2, UM, and strategy of player 2 is V1, V2, Vn. And this is the payoff matrix. So joint expected payoff is this in this form. And this is the Gaussian normality. We consider the strategies follow Gaussian normality curve. And this is our notations: demand rate D, fixed production rate K, and etc. And we consider here restoration cost M, and initial reliability parameter lambda 0, final reliability parameter delta lambda 1, etc. And these are our assumptions. And this is our actual two scenarios, where scenario 1 consider no failure during production run, and this is the picture, and scenario 2 considers failure occurs during production runtime. We see that in this picture, second picture, that 0 to T, capital T is the production runtime, and S with the breaking time, where S is nothing in figure 1, but S is present in 0 to T, in between 0 to T. And then we, in this Kripke's problem, we consider all cost parameters as fuzzy numbers, log fuzzy numbers, and production rate and demand rate are also considered as log fuzzy numbers. Then this is our log fuzzy game problem, and this is numerical examples where we see that in scenario 2, in scenario 1, average inventory cost is 1,500 to 9, and scenario 2 gives 2,000 something, and the production time is almost 6 months and 1 month in scenario 2. And when we consider general fuzzy environment,
Mr. Kaushik,
yes,
what is the new in your paper?
Yes, sir.
What is
the new is yes, sir. When we consider log fuzzy numbers, and we consider different key vectors defined by the preliminary section, it's these key vectors we have. If we change, then we get the value of average inventory cost is fluctuating. That is, in this case we get minimum cost 2043 in L1 first key, and if we consider different keys, so we get different costs. And this is the graphical representation. That is how the average inventory cost changing with changing keys, with changing different log keys.
Okay. And what is log? Actually, what is log fuzzy number? It is the new.
Actually, it is published in 2017 theoretically, but we have applied in inventory model, it is new. This is
Why?
considered in this article.
Why you use the log fuzzy number? There are triangular fuzzy number, trapezoidal fuzzy number, by easy operator,
yes.
double fuzzy number. Your
Yes.
friend already used the double fuzzy number, but why you use the log fuzzy number?
Yes, sir. Log fuzzy number, if we use log fuzzy number, then we can, the decision maker have an opportunity to minimize more than the conventional, if we consider conventional fuzzy number, then from conventional fuzzy number, if we consider, then whatever cost attend, but if we consider log fuzzy number, then the another variety of different keys.
No. I just want to know what is the justification. You just use the holding cost as a fuzzy number. There is some justification because the holding cost is fluctuated within some interval. So my question is, what is the justification that you use the log fuzzy number to the inventory system?
Exactly. In this paper also, we see that different key gives in this table, numerical example table, different key gives different cost, and this is justified by numerical example.
Okay, thank you. You just complete.
This actually, this is the summary which we have discussed earlier, and these are the reference, and this paper is published in Soft Computing last year. And thank you for listening me.
Okay, Soft Computing.
Yes.
আচ্ছা, what is the এই যে লাস্টে আছে না IF and SCIE আছে না?
Yes.
আচ্ছা,
impact factor.
হ্যাঁ, what is mean by SCIE?
Science Citation Index expanded.
Oh, this is a what publishers already who is the company accredited the SCIE? Know you? Thomson Reuters, German.
Okay, acha.
Thank you.
Sir.
This is a very good paper because already SCIE, very standard indexing journal. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir, so much.
Next presenter, Dr. Partho Agosti. Construction of source potential in a two-layer liquid media. Partho bolo. Partho পরিচিত তো। এই পার্থ এখন আছে অন্য। পার্থ তুমি আছো? ডক্টর পার্থ। Dr. Partho Agosti?
Am I audible?
Yes. Bolo.
Okay. Sir, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Partho Agosti. Today my topic is construction of source potential in a two-layer liquid medium.
Can you open your video?
Okay. Just a minute, sir. Yeah. What I find actually in this paper, a straightforward reduction procedure is employed to find the linear solution for the normally incident incoming waves at the interface of two superposed liquids, where the liquids are bounded on the left by a rigid vertical wall. Analytical expression for velocity potential in each of the two liquids are obtained here, assuming the lower liquid to be of uniform finite depth and the upper liquid to be of uniform finite height. In the absence of upper liquid, corresponding result for a single liquid is also recovered. Now, statement of the problem. Let us consider the two-dimensional irrotational motion of two inviscid homogeneous liquid with densities ρ1 and ρ2, where for the lower liquid, the here actually a rectangular Cartesian coordinate system is chosen in which the y-axis is taken to be vertically downwards into the lower liquid. The plane y equal to 0 and x greater than 0 is the mean position of the interface, and x equal to 0 is the rigid wall. And the two liquids of densities ρ1 and ρ2 occupies the region, that is, this is for upper liquid, x greater than 0 and 0 less than y less equal to h, and for lower liquid it is x greater than 0 minus capital H less equal to y less than 0 respectively. Our origin is taken at the point on the line of intersection where the mean interface and the wall meet. Now mathematical formulation of the problem. Let the problem is to find the velocity potential phi 1 xyt and phi 2 xyt. Phi 1 for upper fluid and phi 2 for lower fluid. And for this problem, the potential function satisfies some conditions. First condition is two-dimensional Laplace equations. Then the second condition is linearized interface condition. It is the coupled boundary condition is necessary for two-layer liquid media. Conditions at the rigid bottom and top and conditions on the rigid clip are given here. Now, further, as no reflection of waves by the wall is allowed, which can be justified by assuming a source sink type behavior in the potential function at the origin. In the absence of surface tension, which lead to the condition phi 1 and phi 2 have a logarithmic singularity as r tends to 0. Noting these conditions, following Gorgiou and Kasim, we can assume phi 1 and phi 2 as given in 3.7. Now solution of the problem. To solve the problem mathematically, we reduce the boundary problem described earlier from 3.2 to 3.6 and together with the infinity requirement given in 3.7 to another boundary value problem. To do this, let us introduce another two new functions, psi 1 and psi 2, as psi 1 equals to 2 cos hyperbolic k0 into h minus y by sin hyperbolic k0h cos k0x plus psi 1 xy, and phi 2 equals to this. Where psi 1 psi 2 satisfy the boundary value problem described by 3.2 to 3.6 together with the infinity requirements as psi 1 tends to this and psi 2 tends to this. This is given in 4.2. It should be mentioned here that as x tends to infinity, psi 1 psi 2 defined by 4.1 represent outgoing wave. However, phi 1 phi 2 represent incoming wave. Alternative representation for psi 1 psi 2 satisfying 3.2 to 3.6 are given by 4.3. Here delta k has a simple pole at k equals to k0 greater than 0, a simple pole at k equal to k dash less than 0, and an infinite number of complex poles with positive real parts of the form s xi n plus minus I k n. Now psi and psi 2 given by 4.3 may also be represented as 4.4, where fx, gx, gamma, gamma bar are there. Now infinity requirements given by 4.2 are satisfied by choosing c equals to I into 1 minus s into capital D by 2 pi, where d equals to this. Using 4.5 into 4.4, the functions psi 1 and psi 2 can be found, which are given by 4.6. Now exploiting 4.6 into 4.1, the solutions phi 1 phi 2 for original boundary value problem described by 3.2 to 3.6 earlier together with the conditions at infinity given by 3.7 are obtained and which are given by 4.7. As phi 1 phi 2 is known to us, now making this into 3.1, the velocity potentials capital phi 1 and capital phi 2 have been found, and these are in 4.8. Now special case, as we consider the problem in a two-layer liquid media, now if we assume S equals to 0, then it is converted into a single liquid problem but single fluid problem. So when S equals to 0, we find D equals to this and U of kn equals to this, so that phi 1 equals to this. The above expression phi 1 is the velocity potential for a two-dimensional progressive wave then moving towards a rigid cliff in a single liquid of uniform finite depth H. Now to check if one assumes phi 1 equal to this, instead of this, in the calculation of Mondala and Kundu's renowned paper, the expression for a single liquid given by 5.1 can be recovered. This is the complete agreement that my paper is actually I have done this paper. Now conclusion, a relatively simple approach to find the solution of two-dimensional incoming waves where the interface of two superposed liquids is obtained, assuming linear theory. The explicit expressions for velocity potential in each of the two liquids are obtained for the lower and upper liquids to be of finite depth and finite height respectively. The major advantage of the method described in this work is that the solution of the corresponding problem in the absence of upper liquid can also be found simply by substitution of S equal to 0. The problem is a simplified mathematical model of the well-known sloping beach problem arising in oceanography. Now these are appendix and these are references. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Partho, for your nice presentation. Any question from audience? It is the part of fluid mechanics, fluid dynamics. Partho, there is no any question. Thank you for your presentation. Next presenter, Dr. Partho Roy Choudhury. Title Extension of Periodic Table Beyond. টাইটেলটা ঠিক বোঝা যাচ্ছে না। লরেন্সিয়ান, হ্যাঁ, একসঙ্গে মিলে গেছে আর কি, লরেন্সিয়ান, হ্যাঁ।
Just a moment. Am I audible?
Yes.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Let me share the screen first.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sharing my screen. Just a moment. Okay, let us talk about the extension of the periodic table beyond Lorentzian. I will try to present my talk as brief as possible. So, let us first talk about the periodic table. As all of you know, the periodic table is nothing but a list. It lists elements in order of their atomic number, and it lines them up to show similarity. So we know that the heaviest element which naturally occurs is uranium. So up to Z equal to 92. Here is atomic number. Those elements naturally occur. But if we go beyond such number, then we have to produce them artificially. Not only that, beyond Bismarck is Z equal to 83. Beyond Bismarck, no elements are stable. They are almost unstable due to radiative decay. So our main aim in this talk, I want to very briefly explain that our main aim in this talk is to explore the nuclei beyond a stability line and beyond a stability line, because we want to explore some island of stability. It is believed that maybe some nuclei were born before, but during the creation of Earth, but it may be lost during their very low lifetime. So if some part of them really exist till now, we want to explore them. Not only that, they have some peculiar or striking chemical properties which may be useful in our future. So only cell effect may provide their extra stability. This is the periodic table. This is the periodic table. You can see that there are actinide series and After the actinide series, there is called trans-actinide series, Z equal to 100 for enzyme is the last member of the actinide series. After that, the super heavy nucleus from Z equal to 104. So this is the super heavy element from Z equal to 104 to 108. All those are very unstable, but we are scientists sincerely trying to synthesize them in the laboratory. So this is the production of super heavy nuclei. The main thing is to fuse two nuclei so that compound nucleus can be formed, and when the compound nucleus is formed, 1, 2 or 3 few neutrons may be evaporated. After that, what is left is called super heavy nucleus. And note that this super heavy nucleus is no longer stable, it will undergo spontaneous fission. So this is some technique, contact, fusion, evaporation technique. I don't want to go too much detail because of time limitation. This is the main island, and once you go to the beta stability line and increase the number of protons inside the nucleus, it will go on increasing and you will get heavier and heavier elements. I hope all visible, okay?
Okay.
Hello?
Okay. You are visible.
Let me come to the next. So we scientists believe that there are two islands, one small peninsula and one magic island. Why it is named so? Because we believe some nuclei which is very, very heavy is called super heavy. What number is 110, 112, 114.
Sir, please conclude your paper. Time is already over.
Okay. Just a moment. I'm skipping this. Okay, so this is our result actually. This is our result. We have calculated half-life, alpha decay half-life, and we have compared with the fission half-life and beta decay half-life, and we're trying to find out which element has longer decay half-life. So this, you can see there is some longer lived super heavy nuclei may exist. So scientists are trying to create heavier and heavier elements for foregoing atoms. Most of these super heavy nuclei are extremely short-lived, but theory predicts that if scientists can create atoms with the right combination, we have to wait for us, and from our work, we can explore that maybe deuterium and Z equal to 100, N equal to 150 to 164, and sometimes double emitting nucleus may provide the extra stability to the deuterium nucleus. That's all for the super heavy nucleus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Any question from audience? No, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next we go to offline mode. Offline. We are calling all the participants. Please, you are ready, and I call one by one. First, Mr. Maloypuria, global infection. Praloypuria. Global infection disease management using operation research, a multidisciplinary perspective, already absent. Next, R.B. Das, S.K. Bhandari, এবং Shironjit. Title is some generalized construction result in on PMPS. Next, ready, Sandeep Kumar Maithi, a new approach to study the nature of real sequence.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Radhavino Das. My research guide, Sir Dr. Choyan Ranjit sir, and also my co-guide, Dr. Samir Kumar Bhandari sir. I also very thankful to Egra SSP College. Actually, I am research scholar of Egra SSP College. I present my paper, some generalized contraction result for self-mapping on PM spaces. PM space means probabilistic metric spaces. Actually, in this paper, I derived a generalized cyclic contraction and I prove a fixed point theorem for such contraction, and also I deduce some supporting examples and some corollaries in this paper. Actually, probabilistic metric space is the probabilistic generalization of the metric space. Here, in this paper, metric space is replaced by the distribution function, which play the role of the metric. Distribution function plays the role of the metric in this paper. We take a self-mapping in our main result. Here we also show that the unique fixed point in this paper. Introduction. Fixed point theory has an important role in modern mathematics. We already know it. Actually, 1906, Pritchett first introduced the metric spaces. We know that. Next, S. Banach, 1922, established a famous Banach contraction principle. এই Banach contraction principle কিন্তু আমাদের সামনে আরো অনেক রিসার্চের রাস্তা কিন্তু খুলে দিয়েছিল। তারপরে 1942 সালে কে মেঞ্জার, যিনি প্রবাবিলিস্টিক মেট্রিক স্পেসের উপরে কিন্তু আরো বিভিন্ন দিকে যে এর অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করা যায়, এর যে আরো রিসার্চ করা যায়, সেটা কিন্তু কে মেঞ্জার 1942 সালে করে দেখিয়েছিলেন। এছাড়াও 1972 সালে সেগাল বারুচারিট উনি কিন্তু Banach কন্ট্রাকশনকে আরো জেনারেলাইজেশন করেছিলেন। অর্থাৎ উনি আরো ওই Banach কন্ট্রাকশনকে কিভাবে আরো বিভিন্ন ডিরেকশনে ব্যবহার করা যায়, বিভিন্ন রেজাল্টে ব্যবহার করা যায়, ওটা কিন্তু করিয়ে দেখিয়েছিলেন। Main features of this paper, actually my paper, are some new probabilistic p-cyclic contraction has been discussed here, and we discuss continuous tenor, and we obtain some corollaries, and we give some illustrative example to validate our theorem.
Just you tell what is the new.
Okay, sir. These are the definition of distribution function and Heaviside function. I give a Heaviside function একটা গ্রাফ দিয়েছি এখানে। নেক্সট উই গিভ দ্য প্রবাবিলিস্টিক মেট্রিক স্পেসের ডেফিনেশন দিয়েছি, তার সঙ্গে তার এক্সাম্পল দেওয়া আছে। নেক্সট উই গিভ দ্য ডেফিনেশন অফ টি নর্ম। নেক্সট উই গিভ হ্যাজিক টাইপ টি নর্ম। হ্যাজিক অ্যান্ড পাফ are very famous mathematicians, two mathematicians which developed T-norm that is called Hagic type T-norm. Next, Menger space. I already discussed the name of the mathematician, Menger. He deduced this space. তারই নামানুসারে এই মেঞ্জার স্পেসটা তৈরি হয়েছে এবং উনি এই কন্ডিশনগুলো স্যাটিসফাই করিয়ে এই মেঞ্জার স্পেসটা তৈরি করেছিলেন। নেক্সট we give the definition of the convergency. Next we give the definition of the Cauchy sequence and completeness of the Cauchy sequence. Main result. Actually, I establish a one fixed point theorem and also give an example. Actually, we use the lemma to prove this theorem. The theorem is, let xf delta be a complete Menger space where delta is continuous T norm, and give the definition ওই p cyclic mapping এর একটা definition দেওয়া আছে। p cyclic mappingটা দেখা যাচ্ছে এখানে। এক নম্বরে যে কন্ডিশনটা দেওয়া আছে একটু, f of ai subset f of ai plus 1, অর্থাৎ f of a1 টা f of a2 তে যাচ্ছে, f of a2 টা f of a3 তে যাচ্ছে, শেষে f of ap টা f of a1 এ ঘুরে আসছে, অর্থাৎ একটা সাইক্লিক আকারে কিন্তু ম্যাপিংটা রোটেট করছে। অর্থাৎ f of a1 এর এলিমেন্টটা a2 তে চলে যাচ্ছে, a2 এর এলিমেন্টটা a3 তে যাচ্ছে, আর নেক্সট উই গিভ দ্য সেকেন্ড কন্ডিশন f tx ty which is the minimum of this f of xy t1 etc.
What is the new, what is the application part of the paper? Time is already over.
Okay. Actually, we apply in the fractal calculus. Here we give corollaries and examples. Actually, we use this fixed point theorem or probabilistic fixed point in p-cyclic matrix, p-cyclic contraction. Actually, we use in fractal calculus or in differential calculus or integral calculus.
It is the open problem, right? You that it is the open problem.
Actually, it is the open problem. We think our results may be established using different type of T-norm. Actually, here we use minimum T-norm, or we use a different type of T-norm, or that Hagic type T-norm, or aggregate. এই যে হেয়ার মিনিমাম টি নর্ম, লুকাসাইড টি নর্ম, প্রোডাক্ট টি নর্ম, এগুলো আমরা কিন্তু ইউজ করে দেখতে পারি যে এই রেজাল্টটা কি হতে পারে। এখানে আমি মিনিমাম টি নর্মটা দিয়ে করেছি, এছাড়াও আমরা অন্যান্য টি নর্ম ইউজ করে দেখা যেতে পারি যে কি হতে পারে।
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ। জাস্ট সাইড ইউর রেফারেন্স।
Okay. These are the references. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In the last paper, publishers journal name ki mathematical. What is the journal name?
Mathematical system theory.
Mathematical system theory.
হ্যাঁ।
Thank you.
Thank you.
A question. Question is there, what is the difference between bibliography and reference? You use here bibliography. In science er khetre bibliography reference are same, but in social science there are some difference. Okay. When you just use some paper for literature review or prove the theory, then the part published in a research paper, or books or chapter, which is already cited in the last portion of the papers, is called references. But in bibliography, science teacher or science paper, there are not use the bibliography. In thesis, we are use the bibliography, but in social science, already some article we watch, there are use some bibliography. There are some difference, some logical difference, but already I just learn in future. Okay. You know the lemma, you use the lemma or
yes.
Lemma. A theorem. You have prove the some lemma na? What is the difference between theorem and lemma? Why you call it lemma?
লেমা অ্যাকচুয়ালি একটি যেটা স্বতঃসিদ্ধ, মানে যে যে কোনো কন্ডিশনের জন্য স্বতঃসিদ্ধ করছে এই রকম একটা শর্তকে আমরা দেখিয়েছি। ওটা এই যে লেমাটা যেটা দেওয়া আছে, যে মেনজার স্পেসের ওপরে একটি কন্টিনিউয়াস টি নর্ম ডিফাইন করেছি, সেখানে বলা আছে এই যে কন্ডিশনগুলো ধরেছি ফ্রি সাইক্লিক ম্যাপিং এর ক্ষেত্রে,
না,
এবং এটা প্রুফ করে দেখিয়েছি।
না, ডিফারেন্স, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য মানে why you
থিওরেমের মধ্যে ডিফারেন্স
মানে you use here lemma but not theory. We use the assumption, notation, conclusion, lemma, theory, axiom. There are some difference.
অ্যাকচুয়ালি লেমা বা অ্যাক্সিয়ামস গুলো থিওরেম প্রুফের ক্ষেত্রে ইউজ করা হয়।
Lemma is the short part of the theory. Theorem is a large sense. Lemma is a short sense. Thank you. Next, a new approach to study the nature of real sequences. Mr. Sandeep Kumar Maiti. সন্দীপ, প্রথম তুমি বলো তুমি কি করছো এবং তোমার পরিচয়টা আর কি। ও হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, মাইক্রোফোন।
হ্যালো, তো আমার নাম সন্দীপ কুমার মাইতি। আমি বর্তমানে পুরুলিয়ার একটা কলেজের অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট প্রফেসর, ম্যাথমেটিক্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট।
আচ্ছা, ম্যাথমেটিক্স ডিপার্টমেন্ট,
ম্যাথমেটিক্স।
অলরেডি রিয়েল সিকোয়েন্সের উপর কাজ করেছেন দেখছি আর কি।
না, এটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি মানে একেবারে ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট একটা কাজ, মানে ওইভাবে যে মানে কারোর সঙ্গে কোলাবোরেটলি কাজ ওইরকম কিন্তু নয়।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
মানে যা স্টাডি করতে করতে একটা আইডিয়া জাস্ট মাথায়।
ঠিক আছে, স্টুডেন্টদের রঞ্জিত, স্টুডেন্টদের বলো, স্টুডেন্টদের আর পালিয়ে যাচ্ছে স্যার। ঠিক আছে স্যার, প্লিজ বলুন।
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. Today, I will discuss a new approach to find the nature of a sequence. Generally, we can derive the behavior of a subsequence from the original sequence. But in general, the converse is not true. That is, by studying one or just a few number of subsequence, we cannot conclude the behavior of a real sequence. In this presentation, I will show that only a few number of subsequences, if chosen properly, can reflect the nature of the original sequences. And also, the famous Bolzano-Weierstrass theorem that states that every bounded sequence has a subsequential limit. But that famous theorem cannot assert anything about the number of subsequential limits. In this presentation, I will find that number. So first of all, I define this, the R partition of a sequence.
না, এটা আপনার নিউ ডেফিনেশন। প্লিজ এক্সপ্লেন।
Hello. Suppose we are given a sequence xn. Now we take any natural number r. Now we choose r subsequences of the original sequences xn in a particular manner. We choose the first element of the sequence, that is x1, and we put it in, say, capital capital X1. Then we choose the second element of the sequence and put it in capital X2, and so on XR in X0, and so on. Thus, we split the whole sequence in R subsequences. And I call the collection of these subsequences as the R partition of Xn. And I have proved that a sequence is convergent if and only if for any natural number R, each subsequence in the R partition converges to L. And similarly, a sequence diverges to infinity or accordingly minus infinity if and only if for each natural number R, each subsequence in the R partition diverges to infinity or accordingly minus infinity. And using this, we can determine the nature of a sequence like first check any natural number, suppose R, then find the R partition of that sequence. Then if we can find two different subsequences that converge to different limit, or one is convergent while the other is divergent, or one is properly diverges to infinity and the other diverges to minus infinity, then we can say that the given sequence is oscillatory. Now this is a new definition. Suppose given a sequence xn, if for some natural number R, the R partition of the sequence be such that no subsequence in the R partition oscillates, then I define this collection as a non-oscillating partition of X.
Now, what
is the new?
What is the new of your
This
paper?
definition, that approach to study the nature of a sequence, and actually this is missing in the slide. I prove that for a bounded sequence xn, if it R be a non-oscillating number of x, then the sequence has at most R subsequential limits. Okay. And this approach can be used to determine the limit superior and limit inferior of a sequence with a much easier way, and here is two examples.
Example 12. Yes, sir. Example 12. It is a new.
Example 12, and this is example 11.
Okay, okay.
This is the simplest way to determine the limit superior and limit inferior of a sequence.
Okay, okay.
And actually, there is no reference because the idea is new. These are the books from where I took the basic concept of real sequences.
You are use the books only, Bartley, Mappa, and Rudin. Not
just basic theorems that I used to develop the paper.
You try to publish the paper.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Maiti, for his nice presentation in the new approach to study the nature of real sequence. Next, Dr. Moranjan De. Moranjan, you are offline or online? Online তো এখন আসতে পারবে না মনে হয়। Green 4-dimensional multi-objective transportation problem for incapable damageable goods with the best use of space of in vehicles. A transportation problem for Dr. Moranjan De, absent here. Next, Dr. Mukesh Kumar Pradhan, fusion study with radioactive nuclear. Mr. মুকেশ কুমার প্রধান, ডক্টর মুকেশ কুমার প্রধান? No. Next, Miss Rumpa Sau, Dr. Choyan Ranjit and Dr. Manos Kumar Maiti. A 3-layer supply chain with default risks under 2-layer trade, 2-level trade credit policy, a stock game approach. Ki stock Stackelberg game approach. 3-layer. তোমার পরিচয়টা দাও প্রথম, মিস রুম্পা সাউ। মাইক্রোফোন।
Myself Rumpa Shau, a research scholar of Egra SSB College. Good afternoon everyone. My research topic, my paper of the title, the 3-level supply chain with default risk under 2-level trade credit policy, a Stackelberg game approach, under the guidance of Dr. Choyan Ranjit, Department of Mathematics, Egra SSB College, and Dr. Manos Kumar Maiti, Department of Mathematics, Moshadol Raj College. Actually, this paper presents a 3-level supply chain under the trade credit 2-level trade credit policy using Stackelberg game theory. The keywords of the paper are what is supply chain, what is Stackelberg game, a trade credit policy, literature review, and key features of the model.
বলো তুমি তোমার নিউটা কি পেপারটাতে?
Here, actually the Stackelberg game is a 2-person game. Here the supplier and retailer has strong bonding in the business, and the previous paper we read 1-stage trade credit policy with default risk. Here the new is 2 stages trade credit policy.
মানে 2-level state credit, এটাই it is new. আচ্ছা, what is 3-layer? মানে what way you can manage the 3-layer?
3-layer means 3 stages: supplier, retailer, and customer.
Supplier, retailer,
and customer.
Production,
any item.
Producer, layer, 3টে লেয়ার থাকবে। আগে 2 লেয়ার, এখন 3 লেয়ার।
হ্যাঁ,
তাহলে প্রোডাকশন ইজ ফার্স্ট।
হ্যাঁ, প্রোডাকশন ইজ ফার্স্ট। সেকেন্ড এখানে হওয়ার কথা অ্যাকচুয়ালি হোলসেলারের কাছ থেকে সাপ্লায়ার, তারপর রিটেলার, তারপর কাস্টমার। কিন্তু আমরা এখানে যেটা করেছি সাপ্লায়ার, রিটেলার এন্ড কাস্টমার।
আচ্ছা, সাপ্লাই চেইন ব্যাপারটা বোঝা গেছে তো?
হ্যাঁ,
ঠিক আছে। টু লেভেল ট্রেড, হোয়াট ইজ মিন বাই 2-level ট্রেড? বাংলায় বলতে পারো।
অ্যাকচুয়ালি হেয়ার supplier gives a trade credit to the retailer. This facility, due to this facility, retailer also gives trade credit to the customer.
হ্যাঁ, মানে সবাই ধার নেবে।
হ্যাঁ,
তাই তো, ট্রেড ক্রেডিট।
end the trade credit period, retailer payable interest to the supplier. যদি ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ডটা যখন এন্ড হয়ে যাচ্ছে তখন একটা ইন্টারেস্ট পে করবে সাপ্লায়ারকে।
ঠিক আছে, বলো এবার বলো।
Supply chain is the business network flow. Two or multiple decision maker presents, just like a supplier, manufacturer, distributor, retailer, customers. etc. Stackelberg game, it was formulated German economist Stackelberg in 1934. Here supplier and retailer has strong bonding. Supplier, in this paper, supplier gives a trade credit period to the retailer, and retailer gives a trade credit period to the customers. The Stackelberg game approach, we assume retailer's trade credit period is the only decision variable to the supplier, and order quantity of the retailer is the only decision variable of the retailer. Here the retailer's order quantity is a decision variable. এই অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির ভ্যালুটা আমরা ফার্স্ট ম্যাক্সিমাম অপটিমাল ভ্যালু বের করব এই অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির। এই অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির ভ্যালুটা অপটিমাইজ করার পরে রিটেলার এই অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির অপটিমালিটি বের করার পরে সেই অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির ভিত্তিতে সাপ্লায়ার তার ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ডটা ডিসাইড করবে। ফলে এমনি জেনারেল অ্যাপ্রোচের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা সাপ্লাই চেনে দেখতে পেয়েছি যে সেখানে সাপ্লায়ার, রিটেলার এবং কাস্টমার তারা ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্টলি ডিসাইড করেছে যে তারা বিজনেসের ক্ষেত্রে কি করবে, কিন্তু এক্ষেত্রে সাপ্লায়ার এবং রিটেলার একটা স্ট্রং বন্ডিংয়ের মধ্যে রয়েছে, একে অপরের উপর নির্ভর করে রয়েছে। যে এখানে সেই রিলেশনটা হচ্ছে ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ড এবং অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির মাধ্যমে। রিটেলারের অর্ডার কোয়ান্টিটির ওপরে সাপ্লায়ার নির্ভর করে রয়েছে সে কতটা ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ড দেবে। এই পেপারের যেটা রিটেলার প্রফিট ফাংশন যেটা পেয়েছি আমরা, দিস ইজ দ্য রিটেলার প্রফিট ফাংশন। ডি ইজ দ্য ডিমান্ড, এস ইজ দ্য রিটেল প্রাইস, পি ইজ দ্য পারচেজ কস্ট, AR is the ordering cost of the retailer, Q is the order quantity of the retailer, HR is the holding cost per unit.
Okay, just go to the conclusion section and reference.
These are the references. Thank you.
না রেফারেন্সটা দেখি। মানে রিসেন্টলি কোনো কাজ হচ্ছে না, মানে আগে লাস্ট রেফারেন্সটা, মানে তোমার সব ওল্ড রেফারেন্স আছে এই জন্য বলছি।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, লিটারেচার রিভিউতে আমি অলরেডি দিয়েছি যে লাস্ট ইন্টিগ্রেটেড সাপ্লাই চেইন ডিসিশন উইথ ক্রেডিট লিঙ্ক ডিমান্ড এ স্ট্যাকেলবার্গ অ্যাপ্রোচ ইন 2019.
ওকে, না ইউ টেকেন দ্য ট্রেড ক্রেডিট বাই ই টু দি পাওয়ার এম ল্যামডা ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ড না কাস্টমার,
ওটা স্যার ডিফল্ট রিস্ক।
ডিফল্ট রিস্ক বিফোর ডিফল্ট, তার আগের ইকুয়েশনটা কি ছিল?
ডিমান্ড ফাংশন।
হ্যাঁ ডিমান্ড ফাংশন, হ্যাঁ সরি, ডিমান্ড ফাংশন ইউ টেকেন ই টু দি পাওয়ার ল্যামডা এম না এম
ই টু দি পাওয়ার বি।
গো টু দ্য স্লাইড।
ই টু দি পাওয়ার বি ল্যামডা ক্যাপিটাল এম।
ই টু দি পাওয়ার বি ল্যামডা এম। হোয়াট ইজ বি?
B is chosen real number,
positive
real number.
Now who first taken the function? Now you are taken the first time the function, the demand function. Now who first taken the function? মানে প্রথম কে এটাকে ধরেছিলেন এই ফাংশনটা কোন রিসার্চ পেপারে?
এক্স্যাক্টলি স্যার সেটা বলতে পারবো না, তবে আমি যে পেপারগুলো দেখে করেছি সেটুকু বলতে পারবো।
সেটাকে দেখতে হবে যে কে প্রথম এই ফাংশনটা ধরেছিলেন, কারণ ফাংশনটা বুঝতে পারছি তো ই টু দি পাওয়ার।
অ্যাকচুয়ালি স্যার প্রথম এই ফাংশনটা যিনি কাজ করেছেন এই সি,
মানে ট্রেড ক্রেডিট দেওয়ার জন্য কি পরিমাণ ডিমান্ড বাড়ছে তুমি অলরেডি ই টু দি পাওয়ার বি ল্যামডা এম, এম ইজ ভেরি লার্জ, ক্যাপিটাল এম,
হ্যাঁ
মানে
না স্যার, ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ডটা যত বাড়বে তত ডিফল্ট রিস্কটাও তো বাড়বে।
তো বাড়বে সেটা পরে, সেটা 1 মাইনাস তুমি যদি পার না 1 মাইনাস ই যদি
অ্যাকচুয়ালি স্যার এখানে ডিমান্ড ফাংশনটাকে এভাবে দেওয়া হয়েছে, ট্রেড ক্রেডিট পিরিয়ডটা যদি বাড়ানো হয় তবে তার ডিমান্ডটাও বাড়বে, এই অর্থেই এখানে দেওয়া হয়েছে আর কি।
মানে ক্রেডিট দিচ্ছে কিন্তু অনেক জায়গায় আপনি ই ফিনান্সে আছে, এমনিতে দিচ্ছে। ট্রেড ক্রেডিট আরও অনেক রকম হতে পারে, এটা ছাড়াও ট্রেড ক্রেডিট অনেক রকম হচ্ছে। এখন কিছু কিনলে তোমাকে দিচ্ছে পয়েন্টস দিচ্ছে, অনেক জায়গায় অ্যাপ্লিকেশন আছে। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
আমি একটা কথা বলছি, মানে সমস্ত রিসার্চারদের যখন তোমরা একটা রেফারেন্স দেবে কোনো টপিকের উপরে, তখন ওটা ইনিশিয়ালি প্রথম কাজ কে করছে সেটা উল্লেখ যেমন করবে, এবং আপ টু ডেট ওয়ার্ক, রিসেন্ট ওয়ার্কও দিতে হবে, যে রিসেন্ট কি কাজ হয়েছে আমি কি করেছি, এটা কিন্তু মাস্ট, বুঝতে পারলে?
মানে একটা পেপার প্রেজেন্টেশন করা মানে এখানে যে পেপার প্রেজেন্টার যারা, তাদেরকে অ্যাকচুয়ালি স্কিল বাড়ানো হচ্ছে। অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্রোগ্রাম প্রেজেন্টারের জন্য। যারা রিসোর্স পারসন তারা তো আমাদের নলেজ দিচ্ছেন, সুতরাং পেপারটা সাজানো, অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট, জাস্টিফিকেশান, রেফারেন্সটা সঠিক সাজানো, মানে এই পেপারে ঠিক আছে। আমি আগে অনলাইনে কিছু পেপার দেখলাম তারা জাস্টিফাইও করেনি। সেক্ষেত্রে আমাদের অনেক সিরিয়াস হতে হবে যে আমি এখানে পেপার প্রেজেন্ট করতে এসেছি মানে আমার ম্যাথমেটিক্সটা দেখবেন না, কিন্তু আমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা হাউ নাইস সেটা কিন্তু দেখতে হবে। ঠিক আছে, নেক্সট। ঠিক আছে ম্যাডাম, থ্যাংক ইউ। থ্যাংক ইউ মিস রুমা সাউ। নেক্সট হচ্ছে ডক্টর মিস্টার সৌমেন কুমার মানিক এবং ডক্টর নির্মল কুমার হাজরা। হ্যাঁ, বেস ক্যাটালাইজ জেনারেলাইজ অ্যান্ড, এটা নিশ্চয়ই কেমিস্ট্রি। ও ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ। নেক্সট আছে মিস্টার গৌতম কুমার মণ্ডল অ্যান্ড ডক্টর মনোজন দে। চ্যানেল, ম্যাডাম আপনার তো হয়ে গেছে। চ্যানেল কোঅর্ডিনেশন অফ টু এলন সাপ্লাই চেন আন্ডার সেলস এফোর্ট ডিপেন্ড র্যান্ডাম ডিমান্ড উইথ দ্য ডাউনস্ট্রিম কম্পিটিশন। গৌতম, হ্যাঁ গৌতম তোমার প্রথম পরিচয়টা দাও। এইটা শেষ, এটা শেষ। এই রবীন্দ্রের পেপার নেই, রবীন্দ্র পেপার কিন্তু এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। আচ্ছা তুমি করো, এখানে কেটে গেছে, তাই আমি বলে দেবো। এইটাতে নেই, না না এরপরে একটা পেপার আছে কিন্তু এখানে নেই। রবীন্দ্র আছে তো, রবীন্দ্রনাথ ভোজ, তার পেপারটা এখানে লেখা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। ঠিক আছে বলে দিচ্ছি, হ্যাঁ বলো।
Good afternoon to all. Myself Gautam Kumar Mondal, Contractual Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mukbeda Gangadhar Mahavidyalaya. Today's international conference on science, technology and management, organized by Egra Sarada Association College, Egra, in collaboration with Prabhat Kumar College, Contai. Present at this moment in the last day, Honorable Dr. Kalipado Maiti, Associate Professor, NAC Coordinator, Department of Mathematics, Mukbeda Gangadhar Mahavidyalaya, and other chairpersons. Honorable other faculty members from various colleges, and my dear research scholars and students. International conference is a great platform in my life, where the topic of my presentation is channel coordination of a two-echelon supply chain under sales effort dependent random demand with the downstream competition, under the guidance Dr. Manoranjan De, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mukbeda Gangadhar Mahavidyalaya. This is the full contents of our paper, where we give a two-echelon supply chain, then some mathematical model, and we give some numerical experiment, and then conclusion. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a great change in people's mind. They prefer working from home and staying away from public transportation. So many industries have suffered significant losses due to shortage of laborers. To restore their business, they are trying to contract. Here we apply a cost-sharing contract, and we verify that by applying cost-sharing contract, channel to be coordinated. That means supply chain profit will be maximized.
না গৌতম তুমি বলো তোমার হোয়াট ইজ নিউ অ্যান্ড হোয়াট ইজ দ্য টু এলন
Sir,
যেটা করেছো এর হোয়াট ইজ মিন বাই?
Sir, a new thing is that we follow a paper where retailers is one. Now we apply two retailers in downstream level competition, where both retailers competition is there. We apply a competition, and in this case, demand function is random also. This is a two-echelon supply chain model. Here we apply one supplier and in downstream level two retailer, where competition between two retailer exists, and then customer. In this case, demand function is defined by xi equal to xi into d of ei, where x is the random variable followed uniform distribution AB. Demand function for retailer 1 and retailer 2 are given by d1 equals to something and d2 equals to something, where e1, e2 are sales effort of retailer 1 and retailer 2, and mu a is the sharing constant. In decentralized decision making structure, when supplier and retailers decide by other way, in this case retailer's profit function is taken by like this, and the supplier's profit function is W minus C into Q1 plus Q2, where W is a wholesale price and C the manufacturing cost, and Q1, Q2 are the order quantity for retailer 1 and retailer 2. Here we apply uniform distribution of AB, and we show that the retailer's profit function is concave, and the optimal values of sales effort and order quantity is given by, where sales effort EI equals to this and order quantity QI equals to this. And in this case, by considering wholesale price is constant, we find the optimal profit for supplier side. This is the W minus C into summation of this. Suppose the supplier and retailer decide, they take a single decision where main goal is to increase the total supply chain profit. In this case, by adding the retailers 1 and retailers 2 profit function, we get this type of function. And in this case, we apply uniform distribution AB, we get the optimal values for sales effort and order quantity like this. To restore their business, supplier share a amount of cost to retailer to coordinate the supply chain. Here we consider, suppose phi 1 amount of cost shared to retailer 1 and phi 2 amount of cost shared to retailer 2. In this case, profit function is given by like this, and in this case, profit function for supplier side is given by like this. Here we show that by similar way, fx follows uniform distribution AB, and in this case, optimal values for EI and QI are given by like this, and for supplier side, decision variable are phi 1 and phi 2, and in this case, phi 1, phi 2 are given by this expression. And here, new thing of our paper is this, proposition 5. Proposition 5 states that by this condition, supplier will agree to share the cost to retailer. By this condition, proposition 5, where beta 2 and beta 1 is the competition intensity between retailer 1 and retailer 2. And lemma 1 states that by the above condition, supply chain, by the above condition, in decentralized profit function, for decentralized case, QI and EI is increased in cost sharing contract case. This is the new thing. And in lemma 2 state that in cost sharing contract case, supplier profit is increased from decentralized case. This is actually our paper new thing.
Next.
Now we study some numerical data. This is the numerical parameter value, and here is a table where DC meaning decentralized case, and CC is the centralized case, and CSC is the cost sharing contract case. And here we see that total profit is increased from decentralized case to cost sharing contract case. That means if we apply cost sharing contract case, then total channel profit will be increased. Also Q1, Q2, E1, E2 also increase from decentralized case in cost sharing contract case. This is a graphical approach where we see that retailer 1 and retailer 2 profit function will concave with respect to Q1, E1 and Q2, E2. Our demand function is random and it is dependent on sales effort. In future research paper, we can take demand function is price dependent, we can take. Here we apply in downstream competition between two retailers. In future research, we can apply more than two retailers, where downstream competition also be there. Here we apply cost sharing contract to coordinate the supply chain. In future research, we can apply also TSR rebate contract. These are the references. Mainly I follow these references.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gautam, you use some proposition and lemma. What is the difference proposition and lemma?
So lemma is a short part of the theorem. আর proposition means প্রস্তাব, একটা প্রস্তাব গ্রহণ করা।
প্রস্তাব।
আমি এই প্রস্তাব একটা দিচ্ছি।
না তার একটা ডেফিনেশন আছে। মানে তার মধ্যে কোনো মানে ফিলোসফি আছে তো? ফিলোসফিক্যালি তো তাকে এক্সপ্লেন করা যাবে।
স্যার করা যাবে কিন্তু বলতে পারছি না।
ঠিক আছে। থ্যাংক ইউ গৌতম ফর ইউর নাইস প্রেজেন্টেশন। টু একলন মানে এর কেস স্টাডি তুমি কোথায় অ্যাপ্লাই হচ্ছে বলতে পারবে, যেটা কোথায় কোথায় মোটামুটি অ্যাপ্লাই করা হচ্ছে এখন? প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশন তুমি বললে তো, এ তো আমাজন থেকে সব জায়গায় বিশাল অ্যাপ্লিকেশন। আমাজন
অটোমোবাইল উদি আর ভলভোকে আমরা একটু ফলো করছি আর কি স্যার। অটোমোবাইল উদি এবং ভলভো।
আমাজন তো এখন টুল আর এই ধরনের অনলাইন সাপ্লাই চেইন ব্যবহার হচ্ছে। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ গৌতম ফর ইউর নাইস প্রেজেন্টেশন। এনি কোশ্চেন? নেই। নেক্সট, এখানে যদিও নাম নেই, ওকে মিস্টার এসো। টাইটেল তো নেই এখানে, তো পেপারে টাইটেল নেই। রবীন্দ্রনাথ ভোজ, রিসার্চ স্কলার, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ম্যাথামেটিক্স, মুখবেড়িয়া গঙ্গাধর মহাবিদ্যালয়, আন্ডার দ্য গাইডেন্স অফ ডক্টর মনোজন দে। টাইটেলটা সেদিন আমি দেখেছিলাম অবশ্য, সেদিন টাইটেলটা বলে দাও। এই তো এখানে লেখা দেখা যাচ্ছে। আচ্ছা, না ঠিক আছে।
Good afternoon all. First of all, I show my respect to Chairperson Dr. Kalipata Maiti. Myself Rabindranath Bhoj, qualified GATE 3 times and CSR NET JRF, guided by Dr. Manoranjan De, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mukhbeda Gangadhar Mahabhidyalaya, and Dr. Mithurani Kuiti, Assistant Professor, School of Management and Entrepreneurship, IIT Jodhpur. Here my topic is coordination of a two-week-long supply chain under different cost-sharing contract with dynamic demand in competitive downstream. Two-week-long supply chains means there exist two stakeholders like retailers and suppliers. And competitive downstream means there may be 2 or 3 or n retailers who compete themselves to sell a product. So how it comes to my title. Here are my plans to talk. We introduce first our prepare and formulate the model and coordinate them and solution and analysis the paper. In introduction, we can say when it comes to downstream competition, the retailers compete themselves with some advertisement effort and their prices. So here we to generalize the model, we take only 2 retailers and 1 manufacturer. The retailers sells their products with respect to the price effort and the advertisement effort. And here we take the market demand as a function of prices and advertisement effort and the players goodwill, the products goodwill and retailers platforms goodwill. So comes to the next slide. Here first we assume the model. To model the goodwill of retailer 1 and retailer 2, we follow the model built by Zhu et al. At 2016, just like that. And the manufacturer's goodwill is followed by the Nerlov arrow model introduced in 1962. Just given slide. The demand function of market of retailer 1 and retailer 2 are given by like that. And the objective functions are given by JR1, JR2 and JM. And we solve the model and optimize the profit using the Hamilton-Bellman-Jacobi method and decision making by manufacturer Stackelberg game theory. And we get the prices and optimal prices and advertisement report. Now we come to centralized model where we take whole system as a unit. There are only one decision maker. It may be manufacturer or retailer 1 or retailer 2. So to remove the channels conflict, we sell the product in one price limit. So retailer 1's price and retailer 2's price are same. And the market share of both retailers are equal. And the profit functions of centralized model is given below. In proposition 2, we show the profits of the centralized case, and we draw a corollary where we show that the retail price, wholesale price, if the wholesale price is greater than some quantity, then the prices, then you compare the prices of centralized channel and decentralized channel. And secondly, we compare the total prices, total profits of two channels. And we see the differences in centralized and decentralized case. So you have to coordinate the channel. Therefore, we introduced some cost sharing contract. We can take other contracts, but here we introduce only cost sharing contract. Here we introduce cost sharing contract where the manufacturer shares some portion of advertisement of retailer 1 and retailer 2. So let's say Phi 1 and Phi 2 are the portion that manufacturer share retailer price of retailer 1 and retailer 2. And the contracts here. And again, we introduce another contract where the retailers also contribute in manufacturing the product or to manufacturer. Here the two contracts, and we solve the model by manufacturer Stackelberg game theory and Hamilton-Bellman-Jacobi method. And we compare, we come to numerical analysis. To analyze the numerical approach, we take the data from the paper Chang and Ding 2021, assign the parameter value, and we get the decision variables and total profits, the channels, where DC means decentralized, CC means centralized, and AC means advertisement cost sharing contract, and GSC means system under both advertisement and cost sharing contract. Here in total profit section, we can see that the total profit in decentralized case is much less than the centralized case. So we introduce the contracts and we see the improvement in total profits. and we plot the graphical form, and the profits of retailer 1, retailer 2, and manufacturer are given by that. And finally, we can say that in GSE contract, we see that the profits of each stakeholders are increasing in compared to decentralized case and others. So the stakeholders will adopt the GSE contract, and we can take the demand function in random form, as we take dynamic form. The optimization method we take Hamilton-Bellman-Jacobi method. Others can take point-driven maximization principle. And to coordinate the channel, we take cost-sharing contract, but other researcher can take another contract to coordinate the channel. Here are the references I use to complete the product, complete the paper, just like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from audience? No question. Thank you, Robindra, for your presentation. Thank you. The technical session already over. Next part, I request the convener or co-convener.
Thank you, sir. We are in the last section of our 2 days program. Now we are presenting the certificate. Kalida, please hand over the certificate to the participants. Yes, sir. Asun.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Kalipodi Podomaiti, sir, for giving your valuable time and provided opportunity to all the research scholar to present their paper. So with this, with your permission, I would like to end this session, and after this session, we would like to present certificate to the presenter. So first, Somit Jana, come. Sir, please, big hands. Okay. Next, Sanchita Das. Actually, she has presented online, so she told me that she will collect from him. Next, Radha Vinod Das, please, sir. Rumpa Sao of Egra SSB College. Next, Rabindranath Bhoj. लीला मैडम नहीं तो Sahin Sahari. Actually, Sahin also presented paper on online and he will collect on behalf. दे दो ঠিক আছে নেক্সট অতনু মান্না যান 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 এই যে স্যার চলো চলো ভালো করে ফটো একটা So actually we will present other certificate. আচ্ছা গৌতম কুমার মন্ডল আছে আচ্ছা 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 সরি 1 মিনিট চলে আসুন না ঠিক আছে
নেট পাস করেছে
নেক্সট গৌতম কুমার মন্ডল জ্যোতির্ময় নেক্সট সৌমেন কুমার মানিক of Egra SSB College. জ্যোতির্ময় আছে জ্যোতির্ময় না না জ্যোতির্ময় এইদিকে ছিল এইদিকে ছিল ঠিক আছে we will present actually other people they can collect their certificate from our counter. So with this thank you very much all of you. A special thanks goes to Dr. Kalipodo Maiti for being with us. After that Didich. Okay, so now I request Dr. Choyan Ranjit to offer the official vote of thanks. Before that, I would like to convey my sincere regards and thanks to our honorable principal for always being the instrumental behind this kind of event. Always, sir. Thank you from my core of my heart, sir. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Rather good evening. Myself, Dr. Choyan Ranjit, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, and also convener of this event. International Conference on Science Technology Management 2023, organized by Department of Physics, Mathematics, Computer Science and Commerce of Egra SSB College in collaboration with Department of Computer Science and Application, PK College Contai. Today we really have an outstanding session, and therefore at the age of this conference, it is a customary to convey our gratitude to all who are instrument behind this, making conference a successful one. Before I start, I want to go few months back when I could remember that Dr. Sunil Kumar Jadhav told me that Dada, we can plan for an international conference in blended mode. Really at that time we are not aware of the effort needed to organize this type of conference. We approached to our principal sir and he told us to collaborate with different departments, and he also introduced Dr. Arindam Roy. Dr. Deepak Kumar Hajra agreed to collaborate with us. Then our WhatsApp group created and our journey started. So many meetings organized, sometimes different opinion occurs. Due to some fund crisis and some unavoidable circumstances, we had taken more responsibility on our own shoulders. As a result, huge pressure taken by our group members, especially Dr. Sunil Kumar Jadhav took the lead role, and Deepak da, Arindam da and me assist him. Dear audience, on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation in the International Conference on Science, Technology and Management 2023. It was a great pleasure to have such an amazing group of scholars, researchers, participants from different parts of India and outside of India gathered here to share their knowledge and insights. The conference provides a valuable platform for exchange of idea and experience, as well as presentation of cutting-edge research in various fields of science, technology and management. Your contribution have helped to create a vibrant and stimulating atmosphere, and we are grateful for your active participation in the various sessions. Our primary goal was to increase understanding about the scopes and the development of research activity at college level. We would like to thank our distinguished keynote speakers and session chair for sharing their expertise and providing thoughtful, provoking insight into the latest development and trends in their respective fields. Your presentation have provided great inspiration to all of us. I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Boring Liu, Department of Mathematics, Tsinghua University, Beijing. In his lecture, he explained uncertainty principle and probability with various examples. I also like to convey my sincere thanks to gratitude to the Professor Samarjit Kaur, National Department of Mathematics, National Institute of Technology, Durgapur. In his talk, he explained optimization technique to find shortest route in graph with different real-life problems. I also like to convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Dr. Arindam Roy, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Application, Prabhat Kumar College, Contai. In his presentation, he explained optimization technique and developed different algorithm and application to the real-life problem like 3-dimensional TSP, 4-dimensional TSP, generic crossover. I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Dr. Biswajit Sarkar, Department of Industrial Engineering, Yonsei University, Korea. How to recycle and reuse of waste management to save our environment. Biswajit sir explained excellently. Hope you all keep in mind. I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Taraknath Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Head of Department Business Administration, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur. He explained very beautifully about the intellectual property rights. And I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to Dr. Anand S., Director Postgraduate Studies, Research Innovation Department, College of Banking and Finance Studies, Oman. He explained about the banking system and about its development and future scope. And finally, I convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Somir Maiti, Postdoctoral Fellow, Department of Material and Production, Denmark. He described procurement problem using meta-heuristic and machine learning. I thank all the technical speakers and the delegate for their enthusiastic participation in this conference. Next, I would like to thank you, Dr. Deepak Kumar Tamili, Principal, Egra SSB College, for his continuous encouragement, support in the organization to organize such kind of events. I would like to thank entire research cell of Egra SSB College for their cooperation and support. I would like to thank you IQAC and entire teaching faculties, staff, members of Egra SSB College for their cooperation and support. Finally, I would like to heartfelt thank to the organizing committee and the volunteer and the staff of their tireless effort in making this conference a success. Your dedication and hard work made it possible for us to create a memorable and rewarding experience for everyone involved. Especially, I want to mention the name Otunu Manna for Otunu Manna SCCT, SAC teachers, Department of Computer Science, Egra SSB College, for design and layout. Our total design and layout by Otunu Manna. In food department, lead by our another junior staff, Sibu Maiti. Also, food was very good. A beautiful drama played yesterday by Dr. Molloy Barik and his team. Thank you. Once again, thank you for all your participation and look forward to seeing you again in future. I once again thank you everyone who contribution has made this conference a great success. Thank you. Namaskar. Have a great day.